I'm Jim Brown.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Kristen Wright. The criminal case against former President Donald Trump and others in Georgia will be allowed to continue, but only if prosecutors address an appearance of impropriety. NPR's Stephen Fowler reports on the effort to remove District Attorney Fani Willis.
A judge found that Willis's prior relationship with an outside prosecutor brought in to help with the Trump case did not show a conflict of interest, but did create the appearance of impropriety. Defendants unsuccessfully tried to argue the DA brought racketeering and other charges against Trump and his allies for personal gain. Now, Willis has two options: step aside from the case or remove Nathan Wade, the outside prosecutor she had a romantic relationship with. The news comes as some of the charges against Trump in Fulton County were quashed for not being specific enough in detail. Stephen Fowler, NPR News.
Communities across parts of Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana are surveying the damage after deadly tornadoes and severe weather swept the Midwest overnight, leaving a trail of loss and destruction. Indiana Governor Eric Holcomb says the recovery will be long.
The wrath of this really begins today when people realize the magnitude of the destruction of their homes and of their livelihoods, and the list goes on and on and on.
At least 3 people died in Ohio. President Biden's support of a bipartisan bill that could lead to a ban on TikTok continues to draw criticism among younger voters. NPR's Windsor Johnston reports the legislation passed by the House this week would force TikTok's China-based parent company to divest or face a ban in the U.S.
Some Democrats fear that a ban on TikTok could further complicate President Biden's efforts to connect with Gen Z. But Justin Crow, a political science professor at Williams College, says while a ban could deter some young people from voting, it's not an issue that falls strictly along age lines.
It's a kind of complicated political issue that I don't know that we've fully wrapped our head around what the potential reform solutions are or what the potential political ramifications might be.
Biden seems to be trying to have it both ways with TikTok. His campaign joined the site last month. His administration banned the app from federally issued devices more than a year ago. Windsor Johnston, NPR News, Washington.
The National Association of Realtors has reached a nationwide settlement in a case involving agents' commissions. If approved, the deal would likely upend a decades-old system in which people selling homes pay commissions to their agents, as well as to the buyer's agent. Critics say that system raised the cost of buying and selling a home. The NAR admits to no wrongdoing but has agreed to pay $418 million over the next 4 years to settle lawsuits. You're listening to NPR News.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. The League of Women Voters in New Hampshire is suing the man who admitted he orchestrated a robocall that used a computer-generated voice claiming to be President Biden. As New Hampshire Public Radio's Todd Bookman reports, thousands of Granite Staters received that call.
The robocall was made 2 days before the New Hampshire primary. Using a voice generated with artificial intelligence, a simulated Joe Biden encouraged recipients not to vote. The phone calls were immediately flagged as fakes by the state attorney general's office. A political operative named Steve Kramer has admitted he was behind the scheme. He claimed he wanted to call attention to the risks AI poses to democracy. He hasn't been charged criminally yet, but now the League of Women Voters has filed a civil suit. They're asking a federal judge to issue an injunction prohibiting Kramer and the telephone marketing companies he employed from sending any more artificially created messages. For the New England News Collaborative, I'm Todd Bookman.
The portrait project at Mechanics Hall in Worcester was unveiled last night, revealing the images of the prominent 19th century Black Americans, Frederick Douglass, Sojourner Truth, and William and Martha Brown. They are the first portraits of Black Americans to grace the historic hall, which was built in 1857. The 6-month artist selection process was coordinated by Gloria Hall, a Worcester-based preservationist and public art administrator. In sports, exhibition baseball, Red Sox play the Twins at Fenway South today. Game starts at 6:05. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include EBSCO, supporting open source technology and making open platforms possible for libraries of all sizes. Learn more at ebsco.com. And listeners like you who donate to this NPR station.
Eastern Rowdy. I am Marjorie Egan. You are listening to Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library, and we are streaming at facebook.com/GBH News and youtube.com/GBH News. Good morning, Jim.
Hey there, Marjorie. So in a couple of minutes, at the bottom of the hour, we're going to hear from 4 performers in Girl from the North Country. It's a musical shaped around the music of Bob Dylan. They rehearsed early this morning, and it was just great. Then later in the show, 3-time Tony winner and legendary Patti LuPone zooms in. And on Monday, Elizabeth Warren joins us in studio in Brighton in the noon hour. First, 91 felony indictments, 4 criminal trials, and somehow defendant Trump may be managing to skirt all of them ahead of the November election. As I'm sure you know, this morning an Atlanta judge ruled that Fulton County DA Fani Willis can only continue to lead the prosecution against Trump and a dozen plus other defendants if her lead prosecutor, one time her romantic partner, withdraws from the case. In February, it was the Supreme Court taking up a case on Trump and delaying Jack Smith's prosecution on January 6th insurrection activities. Then yesterday, Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg agreed to a month delay in the case involving hush money payments as election interference to give the Trump team more time to review documents. And as I'm sure you know, we still do not have a trial date. On the Florida case involving classified documents at Mar-a-Lago, it is led by a judge who has virtually no experience other than being nominated by the former president of the United States and the defendant, Donald Trump. All 4 cases have hit significant bumps, fueling a growing likelihood that Trump will not, I can't even read these words, will not go on trial before the general election happens. 877-301-8970, call or text. Are you frustrated? Are you angry? Or did you think this is what was going to happen all along? People go and vote in November for or against the man who, again, has 91 felony charges against him without knowing if he's convicted of any of them, and despite the fact that a ton of people say they would vote for him, but not if he was convicted of a crime. 877-301-8970. This is a total outrage.
Okay, well, I'm trying to keep my sense of humor about this mess.
What's the sense of humor part
Well,
is?
because it would just drive you crazy. I mean, it is no surprise, I suppose, that the criminal justice system works best if you are really loaded, if you get a lot of money, because needless to say...
And if you appoint the judge in your case,
well, that
too.
helps. That certainly helps if you appoint the judge in your case, as he did this Eileen Cannon in Florida, who's clearly been helping him stall the case. The Supreme Court has been helping him stall the case. I mean, those are the people that really get my ire, because... You know, it's outrageous. They decided Bush and Gore pretty quickly.
They did.
Right?
In days.
In days. And clearly they have stalled this one, because they should be deciding the presidential immunity case right away so that can go to trial. But, I mean, what the scary...
Well, by the way, they sped up the case that benefited Trump, dismissing the Colorado court's decision to knock him off the ballot.
That's right.
That they were able to do like
really
lightning,
quickly.
but not this one.
So I guess at the rate we're going, if you're not upset by $500 million worth of fraud and someone being civilly found guilty of sexual assault against E. Jean Carroll and defaming a woman who's now like in her 80s, I guess if that's not enough. You know what's really upsetting too, that if Trump does win, they're not going to be able to pursue these cases.
No, that's not true.
Well,
no, that's not true.
The Justice Department doesn't want to pursue
Georgia case is a state case.
Yeah, but well, we should double check that, because my reading is you cannot be prosecuting a guy who, while he is in office.
That's a Department of Justice thing. It may not. You may be right. It may not happen. But I think as a matter of but that, I mean, it doesn't. Let's assume he's convicted there. I mean, is a sitting president of the United States going to be sentenced the way a civilian, which is what he currently is, sentenced? I would say not. The whole thing is an outrage. You know, regardless of this one state case being among the 4, the fact that it took this long, you said this morning, which is important, it's not just all these horrible judges who don't give a damn, apparently, about justice. It's also the fact that the Justice Department in the 3 cases, well, 2 of the, by the way, the Bragg case is a local case too, by the way.
And this
Georgia
this is the federal prosecutor's fault, if you ask me.
Exactly what I'm saying is what took Jack Smith so long. He apparently is brilliant. What took him years and years to bring the cases? I want to repeat this. This guy is facing 91 felony charges And it is possible that people will go to the polls not having any idea whether he's going to be found guilty of anything. It is such an undercutting of democracy.
Yeah, I think we're talking about the people that say a conviction would matter.
Exactly,
because
we
I
are.
think a lot of us, including myself, after watching the January 6th investigation and all the evidence of that, and all the evidence of his taking documents out of the White House and bringing them to Mar-a-Lago, he's not convicted.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the fact that if you look at the polling, and John King tells us every week, if the election were today, Donald Trump would be the next president of the United States. If you believe people in the polls who say they will not vote for him, if he's convicted, that changes the outcome. It changes who the next president of the United States is, who appoints Supreme Court justices, who addresses issues of democracy and the right to choose. And it is just huge. It is outrageous.
What's the phrase? Justice
delayed
is justice denied. Or
I'd
something
say
like
so.
That. But at the bottom line, like if you got millions and millions of dollars and you got people willing to send you money for you, what did he spend last year? $50 million on his lawyers. If you've got $50
million. Not
his
money.
No, not his money. If you get accused of a crime and you got $50 million, you may be able to do very well in delaying the justice system. And if you're some poor schmuck who gets pulled over for something, and maybe he didn't do it. I mean, we've talked about people that are over and over again. When we had the former United States attorney, when she used to be the Suffolk County DA, Rachel Rollins was able to get 18 people at least out of prison that had been wrongly accused of crimes.
Spend their whole lives there.
Yeah, they didn't have any money. They couldn't get good lawyers, and so they went to jail for crimes they didn't commit. And then you got most of them men of color, and then you get this situation where this guy can just delay. He's making.
How come you're not ready to explode?
Because what am I going to do? I mean, I can't be worked up into a rage every single day.
Yes, you can.
Well, you are, so you're
I
making
am.
up for me. Let's go to Tom in Brockton. Thank you for calling.
Hey, Tom. Okay, man. Hi, Tom.
In the Alvin Bragg case. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yep,
now we can. Yep.
Okay. So in the Alvin case, I remember early on hearing about statute of limitations. So I'm not a lawyer. I'm a retired electrician. And
well, that qualifies you to speak about the law. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So, and the insurrection. Why hasn't Trump been charged with insurrection in a criminal court? I don't get it.
Well, yeah, by the way, that's an interesting point. The charges in the January 6th case, the centerpiece case, which is being delayed, obviously, because of the immunity decision pending before the Supreme Court that won't even be argued till I think it is April 22nd. He is not technically charged with insurrection. He's charged with insurrection-related activities. And I am a lawyer, but I can't speak to it well except to quote other smart lawyers, Tom, who say that it was the toughest statutory crime to prove, and the way that he's been charged by Jack Smith is more likely. And quickly, you're concerned about the statute of limitations. It's not relevant in New York. He's already been charged. It relates to the date by which you are charged of having committed a crime, and it's already happened. So delay will happen, but the statute of limitations won't be a problem. Tom, thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
I should point out to people that are trying to get us. Apparently, we're not streaming on Facebook today for reasons I don't understand. I don't know why
understands.
We're not, but we are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Excellent.
Okay.
Where do you want to go?
I just wanted to
You
point
angry
that
yet?
out. I am not, Jim. I'm trying to stay
I really
calm.
don't get this, by the way.
because it's just going to keep happening. You just can't go crazy.
4 out of 4 trials. 4 out of 4 trials. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Fran in Methuen, thank you for calling.
Thank you for hearing me. This is my second time up.
Thank you.
I am elated.
Why is that?
Trump will be brought down by a strong black woman.
Yeah.
After yesterday's ruling with Aileen Cannon, she is in his pocket.
Yeah.
She gave him the option of bringing this matter up again, and they are going to do it after the jury is selected, and everything's going to be flushed down the toilet. But anyway, I am
Fran, it's already been, Letitia James has already got him. I mean, I think this is the case that drives him most crazy because he can't really run his company anymore. He's got a woman federal judge in there that's monitoring everything he tries to do with the Trump organization and his two sons. So they're not really in charge of things. She is in charge of things, so it must be driving him crazy. And Letitia James also got the $500 million judgment against him. So, so we've already got one powerful black woman that his...
black woman.
Yeah, I know. It must really drive him
Fran,
crazy.
here's a quiz for you. According to Donald Trump, all the black women who were leading charges legally against him, what are they all? Racist. Thank you. Fran, thank you for the call. We appreciate it. 877-301-8970. By the way, I would totally agree with Fran. I know you do too. It's bad enough that women are leading the charge, but black women leading the charge.
Yeah, but Fani Willis now, I mean, there's an asterisk next to her. And I think it's a legitimate point that because she has not been as truthful as she should have been in this whole investigation, that could hurt the jury's ability to believe her.
Well, I think, assuming that they know it's not going to come up in the trial.
I think they
live in the community they hear about.
Yeah,
That's actually a good point.
Now. So she's got, as one of the New York Times, a bruised reputation at this point. Because you think about this is probably the most important case you're going to have in your entire life.
It's the most important case maybe in the entire life of any prosecutor.
She's thinking.
I agree.
You
mean she should have waited to have an affair with this guy until the trial was over?
That's right. If you want to have an affair, wait till you've got Donald Trump in an orange jumpsuit, then have 1 million affairs, but not before. Georgia from Worcester, thank you for calling.
Hi, Georgia.
Hi, thanks for taking my call.
Welcome.
Voting.
Yes.
I think that's all we can do. The majority of us have no direct input in the legal system. Those of us who do, thank you very much for going after this terrible man who is going to ruin our country, I think. And so we need to vote. We need to do what we can do, and that's vote.
By the way, Georgia, no one can disagree with that, but I'll say for the 9th time today, don't you think the American people, the voters, are entitled to know before they vote whether one of the two major candidates has been adjudicated a felon? Don't you think that'd be relevant information?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But you and I, we have no control over what our justice system is doing.
Well, actually, can I tell you something? This is not really a direct refutation of that. We have huge control over our justice system by deciding who the next president is. Marjorie and I may be the only talk show hosts in America who, leading up to the election in 2016 and 2020, said the most important thing you should decide when you're picking between Clinton and Trump or Trump and Biden, obviously first is war and peace. Second is they pick the justices on the Supreme Court of the United States. And how true did that become with his 3 justices being part of the effort to repeal Roe v. Wade, not to mention repeal the 20th century? Georgia, thank you for your perspective. We appreciate it. 877-301-8970.
This is Gary from Winthrop. We just have to face the fact that we have a 2-tiered system of justice, one for the rich and the other for the rest of us. I am depressed, says Gary. Casey from Somerville says, in all but 2 states, correct this if this is wrong, Mr. Attorney over there.
Sort of.
In all but 2 states, you can't even vote for president if you've been convicted of a felony, but apparently you can be the president of the United States. Of course, the rate we're going can't be convicted. Well,
I don't know how many states allow it. Some don't.
I am still hopeful that the January 6th case may get.
It might.
It might start in May.
And the New York case they might too, but it's no longer a sure thing.
No, and somebody else texts, I am outraged. I feel like I'm watching a slow motion coup. I think that's a fairly accurate description of this thing. And even though Marjorie and I disagree on the state charges, the most serious charges, obviously by far, are the insurrection-related one and the January 6th thing. It is totally true. Even if he's convicted, he can arguably pardon himself. That's debatable. If he's not convicted and the trial's pending, he just tells his new attorney general to dismiss the cases. And there's no question a president has the power to do that, and they disappear. I mean, it's not believable. You can't get too mad today, because imagine how you're going to feel when that happens, Jim. I mean, that's really going to send you over the top. Tim from New Hampshire, thank you for calling.
Hi, Tim. Welcome.
Thanks, guys. Good morning. I love your show. I listen to it constantly for years and years and years.
Thanks.
I have 2 facts, and the email you just read is one of them. our system of justice is two-tiered, one for the rich and famous, rich and powerful, and one for the rest of us. The other factoid is that the conservative majority on our Supreme Court is utterly corrupt. They have put their thumb on the scale with a great big F-U to the rest of us. Really, it's obscene what they have done to us, taking away our opportunity to see this guy go to trial before the election. I agree with you 100%, Jim. It's unconscionable. And Joe Biden, I hope he gets elected, and I hope we can get somewhere with adding justices to the Supreme Court, because we're not going to, as a society, we're going to real oligarchical things in the next few years if we don't change the nature of that court.
We're seeing
they are
already.
going to screw us every which way but loose.
Thank you. Tim, excellent phone call. Thank you. Depressing phone call, but thank you for making it.
The thing that is, Tim is so right about is that even though it's a conservative Supreme Court, they have voted against Trump on certain things. They have not, and they have voted against conservatives on certain things. They have done things on voting rights that people didn't expect and stuff like that. But it is really almost incredible that they would think it was okay to kind of dilly-dally along when the whole country is waiting for a trial to find out whether the President of the United States is guilty of a crime before they go to the polls. I mean, it's almost, you feel
it's
like
collaboration.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. But by the way, you make a really important point here. Almost no legal analyst thinks that the Supreme Court is ultimately going to say the president has immunity.
Right.
That isn't the issue anymore. But if they don't decide it, the hearing's April 22nd, they probably won't decide it until the end of the term in June.
In June.
By that time, and the Judge Chutkan in that case says she will allow, and she can't start yet, the parties to have 2 months to prepare, July, August. Are they going to start? She said she won't let a political calendar get in the way. Is she really going to start a trial when people are already starting to vote? By mail? I don't think so.
What's worse, starting a trial when people are already voting, or having no trial until the election?
Well, I agree with you, but I don't know what a judge is going to do in an attempt to be fair. But the bottom line is the Supreme Court is guaranteed that the likelihood of a trial in the insurrection-related charges is diminished dramatically. And let me repeat what I said before, if I may, because this is the truth. The case that helped Trump, the Supreme Court rushed to decide. The Colorado case about him being disqualified from the ballot. The case that will not help Trump, in all likelihood, whether he is immune, because even conservative jurists don't think he's immune. They're delaying, and it's clear, at least in my estimation, and I think yours, that it's intentional.
Well, and the other thing is, we've talked about this for months and months and months, Clarence Thomas should not be sitting on the case involving January 6th, because his wife is actively and has been actively, colluding with the people that say the election was stolen, and she was there on January 6th.
Do you believe that, by the way?
I mean, she wasn't in the Capitol.
She's an insurrectionist. And her husband is going to decide whether or not the guy she was helping to lead an insurrection with is immune.
Well, we hope we're not heading to Banana Republic land, but who knows at the rate we're going. We're talking about delays in all 4 of the trials involving Donald Trump. You're listening to Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Has feminism gone too far? Many young men in Spain think so, and that's worrying women who have seen a rise in violent sexual crime. She says when we walk on the streets, we have to call family and friends to feel safe. The gender gap in Spain, next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you. And New England Recovery Center, providing inpatient addiction treatment in state-of-the-art facilities located in Westboro, Mass. Learn more at newenglandrecoverycenter.org or by calling 1-877-MY-REHAB. And the Simmons Leadership Conference, Wednesday, April 3rd, in person and online. A day of inspiration, skill building, and networking, featuring Trevor Noah, Gloria Steinem, and Padma Lakshmi. InclusiveLeadership.com.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. Jim Browdy and Marge Regan. We're live at the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBHS. Let me explain, there is a method to our madness. Our goal is to depress the hell out of you for the first 30 minutes, and then 4 of the brilliant performers from Girl from the North Country are going to lift your spirits with some conversation and performances in about maybe 10 minutes. In any case, if you're just joining us, we're discussing, there's a decision this morning in Georgia to say that Fani Willis, the prosecutor, can only continue if she dumps her ex-boyfriend as the actual prosecutor in the case. And by the way, we haven't said this yet. Trump has the ability to appeal any decision that is made here if he chooses, which will delay it more. We know that in Florida, the Trump-appointed judge hasn't even picked a date yet. We know the insurrection-related case is on hold because of this rogue Supreme Court. And yesterday, the Manhattan prosecutor in the Stormy Daniels election interference hush money case said we're going to postpone it a month, for now at least, so Trump's lawyers have more time to review documents. There is no trial currently scheduled in an election that is just, 7+ months away.
Here's Pamela from Walpole. I blame Merrick Garland. He's a mamby-pamby like Mueller. This is an outrage.
I agree with that.
Join us on the dark side, Marjorie.
No, but he is.
And then here's Will from Arlington. The reality is Trump is not going to accept the outcome of this election. It's heads, I win. Tails, you lose. And then here's a texter who's on the other side. We have a 2-tier justice system. Trump is completely exonerated on the documents case because of the Presidential Records Act, and Biden lied to special counsel Hur, willfully and illegally retaining documents, etc., and no charges.
By the way, for whatever it's worth, texter, there's no evidence, none, that he willfully did anything. And what I'd love you to do, in the spirit of honesty, compare the 2 documents cases. One told his lawyer to basically lie to the FBI. Who do you think that was? Exactly. Who didn't tell his lawyer to lie? Who cooperated? Who didn't obstruct? I mean, really?
And the guy that had worked for Trump for 20 years in Mar-a-Lago was all over TV last week.
Oh, number 5 or whatever he is.
Saying that he's a danger to the country and how he was loading boxes into the airplane to go to New Jersey of these classified documents too. But again, this person is like many people. They're in a bubble of lies.
Well, but you say they only listen to Fox News. This person is generous enough. He or she is listening to us. We have made it pretty clear that the cases are not factually even close to similar, yet he continues to believe that.
They think that you and I are very biased and lying.
No, they think one of us is. Okay, 877-301-80. I'm literally working myself into a frenzy.
You're into a frenzy.
And you're calmly doing a radio show.
Because I just can't.
You know what's going on here? This is bad. This is really bad. You know that, right?
I do know.
Really bad.
It's very bad.
Really bad.
John from Marblehead, thank you for calling.
It's really bad, John.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hi.
Jim, I want to give you a slight ray of hope.
What is it?
And maybe a little humor.
Yeah.
By August, maybe August 15th is my pool date.
Okay.
That Donald Trump's going to have a little drop in the polls.
Yeah.
Or some other bad thing. And I want you to think, if you were in charge of his campaign, how you would sleep at night wondering what day Donald Trump is going to explode and totally ruin his entire campaign.
Well, let me tell you, if I was running Donald Trump's campaign, what I'd be worried about when I go to bed is, when is he going to stop paying me? That's what I would worry about. But, listen, I hope, by the way, I've listened over the last 3 days, I think on YouTube, to some of the pronouncements that Trump has made. And while people are worried about some of the stuttering, et cetera, from Joe Biden, Donald Trump, there is almost not a speech where there's not a segment where he is totally out of it. And I assume this is going to appear in ads funded by Joe Biden, who, this is one good thing, has a lot more money in his campaign account than Donald Trump has. So maybe your optimism is merited, John. I sure as hell hope it is. Thank you for the call.
Listen to this. This makes me feel very sad. This is from Karina from Newton. She says, I became a U.S. citizen and was so proud that justice does prevail in the United States, as in my home country, Brazil, it does not. But comparing it now, it looks like justice is prevailing in Brazil and not here. I'm very disappointed.
Stephanie, you're in Westford. You're on Boston Public Radio, and we're live at the Boston Public Library. Hey, Stephanie, welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
My understanding on the insurrection is that I guess they couldn't really move until they had, like, hard evidence, unlike the Trump camp, who moved without any evidence. And it wasn't until after the House of Representatives, the Nancy Pelosi thing that she convened, and, Liz Cheney and that group, that they put together, they have subpoena power. And so when they did all that work, it then became public knowledge. And so then the DOJ could get in.
Yeah,
and get started.
Okay,
and
but
that wasn't finished till like a year ago.
Exactly. So what took them so long to indict Trump? They basically, every legal expert who I know or listen to says that, just as you suggested, the January 6th House Committee delivered the case against Donald Trump vis-a-vis insurrection on a silver platter. So why didn't Merrick Garland order Jack Smith to take the silver platter and indict the guy in timely fashion, so we're not up against...
Well, you already know what Merrick Garland is.
Well, I know, but that's...
he's going to be super cautious and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, and as a result...
you can't let yourself go insane. You have to,
yes, I can.
breathe deeply sometimes and just, otherwise you're going to eat a dozen donuts one day out of just
Actually, it's funny you say that.
We had a lot of donuts
Our
this morning.
colleague this morning,
Sandra
brought donuts from Union Square Donuts. And if people don't know, Union Square Donuts cost about $18 a piece, give or take a couple of dollars.
That's not true.
How many do you have?
I only had half a donut.
That is totally untrue. You kept going back into the control room and taking another piece.
She cut them into 4 pieces.
Oh,
I don't want to eat all the donuts.
I ate a quarter.
Okay, you ate a quarter.
I'm going to go have
half,
another one.
And let me tell you, I think they're like $4.
Whatever.
Yeah, they're
not cheap. Stephanie, they're fabulous.
They are, though. It's really good. And I was mistaken. I didn't know it was a vegan donut.
One.
I
didn't even taste vegan, by the way, which is really
good at Union Square.
So let's see if we have one more call that can work me into a total frenzy.
Joyce in Cambridge. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, hi, guys. Can you hear me okay?
I think so.
I'll turn it off. Yeah, you can hear me.
No,
better?
I'm kidding. It's great. Talk. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I've called before, and I love your show. And
Thanks. Thanks.
I've commented a number of times.
Okay.
I agree 150,000% with everything that you guys are saying. I've been watching it on CNN and MSNBC and Channel 2.
Yeah.
All of it. And when you say that people are not aware of Trump's misspeaks, Schiff, I think you're probably aware of it. When he used his time in the committee hearing when Jim Jordan was presiding, and he had a clip after clip after clip.
Oh, he was great. Schiff was great.
Trump misspeaking until Jim Jordan just cut it off.
You think those played on Fox News? Let me channel Marjorie Egan. Do you think that portion of the hearing played on Fox News? I don't think so.
No, I doubt they would.
I know.
I doubt it very much.
So are you as Marjorie, I don't know if she's more hopeful than I. She's less depressed than I. Where are you on the emotional spectrum, Joyce?
Extremely worried, trying not to have it affect my everyday feelings, but it is a cloud hanging over me, and it just is getting bigger and bigger.
I'm under the same cloud.
Especially when you're hearing the people that they will not know that he's convicted of anything at all, and that it's just planned. He did that. He did the Supreme Court justice.
I don't think it's almost just planned. It is planned. I mean, we got to go, Joyce. We're out of time. I'm with you 100%. It's just so depressing.
I think you better go get a massage or something this weekend.
Well, it's funny. I don't know if you know, we have some performers who are pretty talented coming up.
Thank God.
Thank God. That's right.
Okay. After a quick break, and we are very grateful for this
Thank
break.
God
it is time for Live Music Friday, and you are going to hear some incredible performances from the touring musical Girl from the North Country. This is where it's a play, but it features Bob Dylan songs, and with all due respect to the genius Bob Dylan, these songs are sung in ways you can't even imagine. That is next on Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library and streaming on youtube.com/GBH News.
The violent crisis in Haiti is hitting home for Boston's sizable Haitian community. I'm Adam Riley. This week on Talking Politics, we talk with Representative Ayanna Pressley about the impacts of that conflict and how the U.S. should respond. Plus, President Biden's post-primary charm offensive in New Hampshire, and a look at the state of transparency on Beacon Hill. Join me for Talking Politics tonight at 7 on GBH2.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you. And Safety Insurance, offering a variety of home insurance products to cover your home's increased value. You can ask an independent agent about safety insurance. Safety Insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms. And Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts, offering Medicare Advantage plans with new benefits for 2024, as well as a broad network of doctors, hospitals, and specialists. BlueCrossMA.com/go.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. I'm Jim Browdy. She's Marguerite. We're live at the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Happy Friday and welcome to Live Music Friday at the library. From now through the 24th, Boston audiences have a chance to see what Marjorie and I and our colleague Aidan saw Wednesday night, a fabulous touring company performing the Tony Award-winning show Girl from the North Country. It's this moving story about the lives of many souls during the Depression, living in Duluth, Minnesota. And the music, well, you likely already know the music, with songs from the incredible catalog of a Duluth native, Bob Dylan. With us here at the interview desk are Sheree Moultrie and Matt Manuel, who play Mary Ann Lane, the daughter of the innkeeper Nick Lane, and Joe Scott, a boxer who rolls through town in need of a bed. It's great to have you both. Thanks so much for being here. A little later on, we'll talk with Ben Biggers and Chiara Trentalange, who play Marianne's brother and his lost love. For tickets, by the way, and you really should see this, the website is BroadwayInBoston.com. Great to see you both. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks
Pleasure.
for having us. So let's start with you, Matt Manuel. You've already had a great career already, playing Marvin Gaye in Motown. You were in The Temptations, which I saw in Boston, which was absolutely an unbelievable play. But you both are pretty young. How much do you know about Bob Dylan before this?
I didn't know very, very much.
Yeah.
So it was also honestly, when I take on projects, I kind of like to go in not knowing so much, so it can like be an authentic learning experience.
Yeah.
Not too little that I come off ignorant, though. So I did brush up a bit, but it's been a healthy and wonderful journey, getting to know his music and bonding with it, even on stage and off. So it's been great.
How about you, Sheree?
Yeah, I wasn't as familiar. Obviously, I knew that Bob Dylan was an icon, a legend, but he wasn't something that I listened to growing up. But it's been really fun, as Matt mentioned, really just sort of exploring his catalog and getting to know him as an artist and just having an appreciation for his lyricism. He is obviously a wonderful poet and writer.
So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say, you have an unusual biography yourself. You worked for J.P. Morgan for...
That's a natural transition, I think, to the stage.
Yeah, so how did your career happen?
Yeah, so I grew up in high school doing theater and things like that, but didn't really think it could be a career. So I ended up majoring in finance, moved to New York to work in finance, worked at J.P. Morgan for several years, and then realized that I missed being on the stage. And so I was like, well, I'm in New York. I have access to these things. Let me just Google, how do you audition for Broadway shows? Obviously, that wasn't the number one thing that helped me get this career, but it really was a start, and I've met a lot of people and kind of figured it out on my own.
So what financial services firm did you work for before you started singing?
Just a singer.
Just a singer. So you go from Marvin Gaye, one of the greats ever, to Bob Dylan, one of the greats. I mean, they could not be more different other than talent in their bones. Oh, you're going to disagree with me?
I went Marvin Gaye, and then I went David Ruffin.
I met David Ruffin, by the way. I met David Ruffin.
Yeah. I'm from Detroit, so when I got cast in Ain't Too Proud, everybody was like, well, your grandfather used to hang out with David Ruffin.
Oh, that's
like,
great.
Everybody says.
So what is that transition like?
It was a stark difference, not having to completely break out in Temptations dance moves or even Marvin Gaye. Like it's very different, but the beauty in it is what I love about this show is you really can dig into the acting and you can dig into the scene work. It's there, and I say this to everyone. It's a musical. We love that the music that's added to it, but I love that the scenes thrive. They can be standalone. You don't need to break out into song.
It's a wonderful
for them to
point,
be,
actually. That is totally true.
Well, the thing to me that I kind of thought I was going to go see, and a bunch of people standing there singing Bob Dylan songs and covering Bob Dylan songs. I didn't know until I got there, because I didn't read anything before I went, that this was a bleak scene of the Depression in a boarding house where everybody was broke. So we don't want to give away too much, but just give people a little hint of what the plot is.
Yeah, so it's a group of travelers who come to this boarding house in Duluth, Minnesota, as you mentioned, in the Great Depression, or right after the Great Depression. They're all there to try to figure out what's next. They all have these challenges that they're dealing with, and they find these moments of hope and humor and love and friendship throughout the story. And I think that's the things that we really play up, the hope and the love there that's always going to be there. No matter what you're dealing with, there's always that glimmer of hope that we can hold on to. And so I hope that that's what audiences get from the show.
You know, one of the many things, Matt, that I loved about, I know I speak for Margie in this, I love the ensemble thing. As well, you may not, there are people who obviously have larger parts, you two among them, but everybody does everything. Not only is this great ensemble, I don't remember the woman's name, but one of the women who's one of the major players, when she's not singing and acting, she's playing the drums. And I love that. Does that do something do you like that?
Yes, everybody that has come to see the show always comments on it. Her name is Jill. She's fantastic. And my best friends came and saw her, and they were like, whoever plays Mrs. Burke, she's so put together, she's so beautiful, and then she hikes that dress and plays those drums, and everyone loves it. And I love that we have such musicality and so much versatility in our cast. Everyone's been fantastic.
Does everyone like it when you're spending? How long is this tour, by the way?
About a year.
Yeah.
Oh my God! So about a year. So do you have to like everybody, or do you have to at least pretend you like everybody?
It does help.
Well, she's laughing nervously, so let's talk to her. So tell us who you don't like, or say your name backwards.
I would never. I love everybody who's affiliated
BS.
with this show. No, I think one of the really great things, we're so lucky that everyone meshes really well together. We all respect each other. We all are super talented, and we know what we bring to the table, and we have an appreciation for what each other does. And we know when we need to have space and things like that as well. Yeah. But it's a great group of people.
You know, we talked to a lot of people whose career just totally exploded because of the pandemic, and there was no opportunity for them to work. But I read, Matt, where you had just signed a lease month and a half into the shutdown of theater. So how did you, in New York City, which is not cheap, how did you get through that?
Well, I actually signed a lease the day before Broadway shut down.
Day before?
My God.
Yeah.
Oh, good timing.
And I was like, can I please take it back?
Yeah.
They said no. But I honestly I prayed. It was one of those things where, you don't know what's going to happen, but fortunately, contracts would pop up just when I was about to run out of money. Something would pop up, and it would float me. And so I was incredibly blessed and fortunate for that until we returned 17 months later.
Well, luckily, New York City is a cheap place to live, so you really don't need to worry about that terribly much. So do you want to introduce your colleagues, or do you want us to? They're doing I Want You, one of my favorite songs. Dylan. You want to introduce them?
Nope. I'm not going to be good at it.
Okay, we're about to hear, and they're going to join us in a second, too. Ben Biggers and Chiara Trentolange, I hope I pronounced that right, doing an incredibly beautiful Dylan song, I Want You. Welcome, you two.
The guilty undertaker sighs, the lonesome organ grinder cries, the silver saxophone say I should refuse you. The cracked bells and the washed out horns blow into my face with scorn, but it's not that way.
Ben and Karen want to join us? That was just fabulous. Come on over and join us here. By the way, they were accompanied on guitar by Edward Hamilton. Edward, welcome. We're glad to have you. Timothy Splain is the music director he's also on the piano. Can you take that mic for a second? While they're getting set up at the stage, we commented on, first of all, congratulations. The show is great.
Thank you.
Talk about the ensemble. I mean, that really, Marjorie and I left with that being the thing that was really imprinted on us. Talk about the ensemble thing a little bit, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wonderful show. It's a true ensemble cast. I think there are 13 named principal characters, and it's a fascinating sort of distribution. I think every main character has sort of 2 big songs they're featured in, so there's a real sort of sharing of the musical gifts. And the character that plays the drums, Jill Van Velzer, happens to be my wife in real life.
Is that true?
Yeah.
She was fabulous.
No drumming experience prior to the show.
We were discussing that, by the way, and that was the guess, actually.
Yes,
That's not it seemed like she was really just getting into it in the moment.
But it's a wonderful piece that really highlights everyone's talents.
Well, congratulations. You did a
Thank
beautiful
you.
job, and thanks for being here. Hey, you two, that was pretty spectacular.
Oh, thanks very much.
Can I start with you for a second?
Sure thing.
Marjorie is going to pretend for the next few minutes that she's glad you're here because no, just hear me out.
Yeah.
Because of Girl from the North Country.
I
Trust
am.
me, she doesn't give a damn. All she cares about is that you were on her favorite show ever.
Oh, what's that?
Law and Order SVU.
That's right. That's right.
What was that like for you? I'll ask for Marjorie. She's too nervous.
Yeah, it was I don't know. It was a great experience. You know, I played an evil ballerina, which is always an interesting.
You look the type. Actually.
That's right. Well, in the audition, they were like, "Can you dance ballet?" And I was like, "Of course I can." And then we had the first dance rehearsal, and they're like, "Oh my God, you know, we have to change a lot." So they just had me like stand in the center, and people danced around me.
So you're all excited
I would
now?
like to say that almost everybody we've ever interviewed that's been in theater or acting has been either on plain old Law and Order or a Law and Order
That's
SVU.
right.
And I'm embarrassed to say, I'm going to go back now because I've probably seen you in Law and Order because I'm embarrassed to say, like John Maloney, who was on the Academy Awards.
That's right.
Mulaney, too.
Mulaney, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Who's
Chris
really,
Maloney, John Mulaney.
He's really funny, and he does a whole bit about people spending 8 hours in their Brooklyn apartment watching Law and Order SVU, right?
That's right. That's
It
right. That's a great
happens.
bit.
You're addicted. Okay, but we have a local angle here for Emerson College right down the street here. So you could become a big star from Emerson College. How'd this happen for you?
Oh my gosh, yeah, I went to Emerson. I graduated. Actually, it's my 10-year reunion. So to come back at this point, it's so special.
This spring?
Yes,
Oh,
this
neat.
spring, yeah. So it feels so wonderful and nostalgic to be back. I'm walking the streets. I'm like, oh, I remember this corner, and I remember taking the tea and everything. But yeah, I studied musical theater, got my BFA at Emerson College, and I definitely would not be here performing in Girl from the North Country if it wasn't for that. And Girl from the North Country, I feel like, is perfect. It's the perfect show for Emerson College and for Boston and for this area. I just feel like it's so unique, and I feel like they really, at Emerson, they fostered our uniqueness and like what we can bring to the table, and they never wanted to, you know, produce cookie cutter performers. And I feel like this show just caters to that perfectly.
By the way, my daughter was in your graduating class. She doesn't know you, but my younger daughter was in your graduating class too. What's your path to this other than Law and Order SVU, of course?
I don't know. I just auditioned like anyone else. Yeah, I auditioned. I went into the room, and then later I had an interview with the director, and we just talked about the character, and then a week later I got the call.
What's your Dylan history? We asked your two fellow players, and they admitted they didn't know a hell of a lot about him.
I love Dylan. Got really into him in college. Listened to Blood on the Tracks like 100 times. That's something that we actually have in common. We love that album. And then, yeah, when I got the show, I just went through his whole catalog. I didn't make it all the way through, but I got to the mid-90s.
What's your Dylan deal?
Yeah, my Dylan deal. I love that. I always wanted to be like my older brothers growing up, and they loved Bob Dylan, so I listened to a bit, but I never knew how vast the catalog was. Like, there's so much music. Like, it took you so long just to get to the 90s.
Right.
And that's what this show sort of opened my eyes to. But I loved it in high school. I used to, you know, probably walk the streets of Emerson and listen to Simple Twist of Fate.
You know what's incredible, by the way, Marjorie, I am of the school of thought, not doing what you do for a living, that you really have to be incredibly good to do a cover of a song that is so brilliant on its own by the original performer, like don't do a Beatles song, don't do whatever.
This sounded much better.
Almost every, and it's not just because you can't understand a word that Dylan says anymore.
Yeah.
Even when you could, when he was younger. I mean, as a Dylanologist of sorts, did you have the same feel? I mean, it's hard to be objective since you're in it, but some of the covers are so different and so, I guess your colleague over here has a lot to do with that, Timothy, but did you have that feel?
I definitely did. I mean, I feel like a lot of these rearrangements kind of highlight his lyrics in a way. And I feel like his imagery can hit you in such an onslaught that sometimes it slips past you, even though your subconscious might catch it. Mm-hmm. But in this show, it kind of puts the lyrics on the forefront. And a lot of the times, you know, when people sing songs in musicals, they're really acting and really getting into it. Mm-hmm. But in this show, for a lot of the musical numbers, we kind of just let the music do the talking, which I found to be really fulfilling.
You know, before we hear the next song, every time I go to the theater, or especially if I have a chance to see a Broadway show, I always think to myself, these people are so talented. They can sing, they can dance, they can act, they can do everything. And I would find it very annoying if I were you. You see somebody like, you know, oh, there's great, you know, Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm sure he's a fine actor, but you know, he can't sing, he can't dance, and he's like a super zillionaire. I mean, you are the ones that should be making the big money, it seems to me, because you can do everything.
Yeah, well, if you see Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, he does dance and
does
he does
dance
sing.
in that? Okay.
He can move.
He can move.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but
can't sing.
Who knows? He's a great actor. I wouldn't want to disparage him on television.
But it doesn't seem quite right to me.
Well, you know.
What are you going to say? I mean, what's Karen, one last thing about Emerson. I'm curious. By the way, the guy who was president of Emerson when you were there is on our show once a month. He's now head of the Boylston
great.
Foundation.
Yeah, Lee
Pelton, who does great.
Wonderful.
Why, for 30 seconds, why did you choose? I understand what it was like coming out of it and how much it meant to you. Why was Emerson the place you decided you should spend 4 years at?
Honestly, it was just it was a feeling, like it was a gut feeling when I had my first, I guess it was one of my auditions here. I just walked around campus and I just said, nope, this is it. I didn't even finish the rest of my auditions because I knew I wanted to come here.
Well, let me tell you, Ben Biggers and Cara Trenchalange, you were fabulous in the show, and we're glad to meet you. And Sheree, your colleagues Sheree and Matt are now going to sing Idiot Wind.
That
Just beautiful,
was
you
Sheree Moultrie and Matt Manuel singing
Oh, my
Idiot
God.
Win, Bob Dylan's song.
It's not over yet. More smart conversation about community issues is up ahead with Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan on Boston Public Radio. Right after a news update from NPR. Stay with us here on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you and Brown University pre-college programs, where high school students can prepare for college success, experience college life, and make new friends from around the world. More than 300 courses are available. precollege.brown.edu. High school quiz shows
for Trump issued a statement that they respect the judge's decision, but the court did not afford appropriate significance to what they called prosecutorial misconduct. Deadly tornadoes swept across the central U.S. overnight. At least 3 people were killed in Ohio. Dozens of people were injured in Indiana, where damage was extensive. Governor Eric Holcomb said the state will recover.
As you go from kind of rescuing to responding to restoring power to then rebuilding, we'll all take a sense of pride in helping you every step along the way.
He said agencies are on the ground helping with recovery efforts. Migrants in Chicago are facing a deadline. The city is about to start evicting those who've reached a 60-day limit at city shelters. NPR's Jasmine Gars reports.
Tens of thousands of migrants have journeyed to Chicago over the last 2 years. As many as 5,600 people are facing eviction on Saturday.
Learner. The exhibition is called Auschwitz, Not Long Ago, Not Far Away. It tells the story of the extermination camp where more than 1 million people were murdered, with more than 700 original artifacts on display. Chief Curator Robert Jen Van Pelt says it's important that current and future generations remember the atrocities of the Holocaust so history is not repeated.
This is something so totally unacceptable, to basically put people who are living totally fine lives, put them in freight wagons and take them over half a continent, and then to at the end of it just put them in a gas chamber and burn their remains.
The exhibition will be on display at the Castle at Park Plaza for the next 5 months. Haley Lerner, GBH News, 89.7.
And Jim and Marjorie will have more on this exhibit with Jared Bowen coming up shortly on BPR. Also note that GBH is a media partner of this exhibition. A preliminary audit of the finances at Brockton Public Schools has found that the budget deficit for last year to be about $4 million more than previously reported at the beginning of the school year. The report by the Boston-based data analysis firm Open Architects was released this week and is separate from the budget audit being conducted by a law firm requested by the Brockton School Committee. Brockton Mayor Robert Sullivan, who also chairs that school committee, calls the audit a major step towards understanding the root causes of the financial situation those schools are in. 47 degrees in Boston. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Subaru, featuring the 2024 Subaru Outback Wilderness. With standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and all-terrain tires, it's designed for paths not yet taken. Learn more at Subaru.com/wilderness.
Browdy. I am Marjorie Egan. Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Little programming note here. We're going to be joined on Monday by Senator Elizabeth Warren to talk about state of Washington and a lot of other stuff.
And she'll be in studio, and she'll be in the 12 o'clock hour.
Thank you.
We're joined now at the desk by Callie Crossley. Callie's the host of Under the Radar with Callie Crossley. You can catch her at Sunday nights right here on 89.7 at 6. You can also hear her Callie commentaries on Mondays for GBH's Morning Edition. She also co-hosts GBH's Culture Show, airs daily, 2 o'clock right here on 89.7. And I should say, for those of you who are here, if you stick around at 2 o'clock today, this is the first formal broadcast of the show live from the Boston Public Library. And if you're not at the library, come on by at 2 o'clock and see the Culture Show gang right here. Hey, Callie Crossley, good to see you.
How are you?
Good.
Hey,
good.
Callie. So Donald Trump has come up with $90 million in a bond because he was found twice to be civilly liable of defaming E. Jean Carroll and of sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll. Apparently, Chubb Insurance has stepped into the breach. Tell us.
Well, let me just begin by saying, I told you. Remember last week I said somebody else
going to pay for this, and so somebody else is. And the CEO of Chubb Insurance is now defending they're giving this money in a bond for Donald Trump. And they say, this has nothing to do with the underlying merits, this is a quote, of the appeal or with favoring any of the parties in the case. They said they're not making judgments, but they just feel like, they should support the justice system as they see it and the rule of law. So, and this is their way to do that. Now, what I think is interesting is that they have collateral that they have made him offer, but they won't tell you what. So I'm thinking, is it Mar-a-Lago? And remember, this piece goes on to say that at some point they had one of their investigators go through to, to look at one of the Trump places and say, maybe this would be collateral. And of course, he exaggerated how big it was at the time. Now we know that he was exaggerating, but the bottom line is he's got the money, and I guess if they have stand a chance of losing it, but this Chubb CEO feels pretty good about it.
Well, they say it's fully collateralized, which means they allegedly would lose anything. I would suggest the reason they're not telling the board and others who are upset about this, apparently, what the collateral is because the collateral doesn't really add up to $93 million. And by the way, they were asked by the reporter if they would also provide a bond for the $450 million he's going to have to put up in a week or two in the $500 million fraud case, and they refused to answer the question. And by the final thing is...
They did say they're in discussions, right? Because we don't know. He didn't answer whether they were going to do it, but they said we're talking.
But he didn't. Well, but there's one other thing. Are you about to mention the connection?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
That Trump appointed him to two very nice positions.
Yes. Yeah.
One in 2018 and one in 2020. These big, one was called the Great American Economic Revival Industry Group. But these are big. Make the CEO of Chubb very influential in his community. So that was, favor done, favor returned is what I would guess.
I get that, but in this instance, it's not just him. This is a company that goes with him.
Yep.
So that's a little bit different. If he was sort of, sole practitioner somewhere or whatever, then, we could assume that's kind of tit for tat, whatever.
But you're not the only person that feels that. The key part of the story to me is he's responding, the CEO of Chubb, whatever his name is, because the board members and employees at the company
they're very upset.
Are concerned about the decision. Evan Greenberg. Okay, there you go. So in any case, we don't know yet where the $450 million is going to come from, but my guess is it will be Chubb.
So Don Lemon, who used to be a host on CNN, wrote a very good book. We interviewed him about his book. I really enjoyed it.
It was a great book.
Yeah, it was a very well-written book about his life and career and stuff. He got canned by CNN, and he was supposed to do this show with Elon Musk on X, that used to be Twitter. Here's a little clip from Lemon's interview with Musk.
Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
Yikes.
Apparently, it went downhill from there, and Don Lemon is no longer going to be doing any shows with X. So what happened?
He asked him, apparently, what he felt were some tough questions. Some other people were saying maybe they were tough, but they were journalistic.
Yeah.
Here's the point. And so he doesn't, as he just said, he doesn't answer to those kinds of questions, usually. So here he found himself answering to Don because he's on the platform. You remember when he went after these quote-unquote stars to put them on X, to burnish his reputation. Like, we're not, this is not a bad place. I'm, all for free speech. Come on. But he's obviously very thin-skinned. What I liked about this, that's not in this piece, but Kara Swisher, who is a,
she's great.
Tech expert of some note, wrote on her Twitter, I told him this is what's going to happen, meaning Don Lemon, and it's exactly what happened. Because she said he can't take anything past, kind of fawning reporting.
Well, by the way, I don't think Don, I don't know. Interestingly, by the way, after this happened, he did an interview on the station that fired him with Aaron Burnett on CNN. One, I thought the questions were tough but fair. And while he's still going to be on Twitter if he wants, it just won't be co-sponsored.
Or paid.
He can have other sponsors if he chooses. I think Don Lemon is thrilled about this.
Yeah.
I didn't even know Don Lemon had a show.
I didn't either.
And now everybody in America, or a lot of people know, because this thing with Musk blew up, right?
Right. I think he also gets paid out, for the other part that he does, that he loses from Musk. I believe that's correct.
I don't know. I don't know.
So in other words, he still gets
and it's going to air, but the interview, I think it's May 18th. I'm not sure.
Right.
The interview hasn't aired yet, but the interview, I think it's 90 minutes long. It's in its entirety is going to air, which I'm actually pretty interested to hear.
And Kara Swisher was a big Musk fan early on, but now she's done a complete 180 about him. And
she was like, she said when she was talking to Don about it, she said, there's a history here and you should look at it. And he's not going to take any question that goes below the surface because he doesn't have to. And he's very thin-skinned, and he just demonstrated that once again.
So Chuck Schumer is basically called for a new government in Israel.
Yeah.
We have some sound from him as well. He's calling for new elections and criticized Netanyahu in a speech he just gave yesterday. And here's a little bit of that speech, followed by a comment from Mitch McConnell.
5 months into this conflict, it is clear that Israelis need to take stock of the situation and ask, must we change course?
It is grotesque and hypocritical for Americans who hyperventilate about foreign interference in our own democracy to call for the removal of the democratically elected leader of Israel. This is unprecedented.
What do you make of it?
Well, first of all, Mitch McConnell is just cherry picking because he'll call for somebody's removal in a heartbeat. So let's talk about that. What I make of it is that this is rather bold for Chuck Schumer. I mean, as is noted, he's the highest-ranking Jewish official in U.S. history. He has long been a supporter of Israel. I think he's reflecting some of the some people say it's a generational divide, but he's on the older side, so I don't know. Discussions among Jews themselves about Netanyahu's leadership, or in their minds, lack of leadership, or an extra aggression in this, which they do not agree with. So there is that conversation going on within Jewish communities, both on the ground in Israel and here, and I think he's reflecting that. There is something to be said, even though Mitch McConnell is full of it, but there's something to be said about asking some other country about, who should be leading them. But he wanted to make a statement. I think he knew when he came out, and because of who he is and what he would be saying, it will be, raked over the coals many times in various ways. And so he went for it. He decided not to mealy mouth around, I wish Bibi would listen to President Biden, and he just went for it.
Well, part of it, this is not an arm's length transaction. One of the reasons I think he feels it's appropriate, I'm not going to, well, I am going to attempt to speak for Schumer, is we're providing a lot of support to the Israeli government. And if you're doing it, I think maybe some criticism comes with it. The people of Israel can feel free to ignore it if they choose. And by the way, I think he's doing...
But I would just say this, that's always been the case, but a lot of people don't feel that they can make that criticism, if they feel that. They feel that criticism is inappropriate even with that as
but except I would say Mitch McConnell, when he has voted to give money to other countries where he's not happy with leadership, he'll criticize or say that. So I mean, it's one of those things where it depends where you are on the issue. I think this is huge, and I think the reason he did it in part, I am guessing, is because, as we discussed a couple of days ago, there are a number of prominent Democratic senators who are talking about either conditioning Israeli aid on not going into Rafah, which many people think could be a slaughter, or some even Democrats are suggesting maybe there shouldn't be any further aid. And I'm sorry I feel the obligation to do this. We've received a decent amount of criticism this week. We have said on the show, I would say 10,000 times, that October 7th was one of the worst horrors and one of the most brutal days in our history. I mean, just absolutely unimaginable. But as I've said 1,000 times as well, two things can be true. That can be horrible, and what has happened to innocent Palestinians in Gaza can be horrible as well. And the fact that you talk about the latter, which we do a lot these days, almost every day, does not mean there is not empathy and recoiling at the brutality of Hamas on October 7th. So that was true. That needs addressing. The hostages must be released. And I would argue, and I hope everybody agrees, that it's a time to stop killing innocent Palestinians and their families.
Well, that's another reason why it makes Chuck Schumer's statement even more powerful, given who he is and where he's coming from.
I agree completely.
Yeah, and there's a difference between criticizing the Israeli government and right now
exactly
they have
right.
blocked
That's a great point.
Aid from getting into Gaza, and I think a lot of people think that that's a problem, to block the aid, and criticizing Zionism or the existence of Israel, which is certainly another issue altogether. But it's interesting. Harvard Law School is having this Palestinian photojournalist give that keynote speech at the end of the month, and he's somebody that left Gaza because of the dangers there, but he is talking about censorship of photographs and what is really going on in Gaza. We've seen a lot, but his claim, I believe, and what he's going to talk about, is that we haven't seen enough. So it'll be interesting to see what, and apparently they got 559 people, the Globe is reporting, on the waiting list trying to get into this event.
By the way,
Harvard has taken a lot of grief for anti-Semitism, this is going to really stir up the pot, I would imagine, again.
Well, one last thing about this is this Schumer comment, we mentioned this the other day too, comes on the heels of, I think, the strongest statement from Joe Biden so far. Not strong enough for some, I know, but when he said in an MSNBC interview that there was a red line, and the red line was entering Rafah, where I think there are more than 1 million people, and nothing good can possibly happen. And the issue, as we've said repeatedly, is proportionality. I hope everybody believes it'd be a wonderful thing if every Hamas murderer was outed and either killed or captured. But the question is, at what cost? And I think we've seen a cost, at least in the minds of some, including us, is probably excessive over the last few months. We're talking to Callie Crossley.
I mean, I think the other thing, too, which should be obvious, but just needs to be said, Chuck Schumer is in no danger of losing his job. So he also, I mean, if people are going to make a bold statement, they have to be in a position where they feel like that's not going to, or most people do, come back on them in a very real way in terms of his job. So he has a big position, and he doesn't have to fear for that. And I guess I looked at this as that he felt like he wanted to articulate some of the concerns that other people have expressed, particularly as Marjorie was saying, about the government.
Yeah, but let me say one thing in defense. He has no fear, I don't think, of not being reelected, to use the double negative as a senator. I think there's probably some fear that he could, because of these comments, be at risk in terms of his fellow Democrats, because the majority of Democratic senators do not support conditioning aid on anything, do not believe you should call for the end of the Netanyahu regime. So I don't know this, but I do know that if you break down the 51 Democratic senators, the majority of those senators do not share, at least vocally, the position that Schumer has enunciated at this point.
But then nobody else in his position has come forward with saying something like this. So,
right. Well, Bernie Sanders has said, but he's not the leader of the Republicans. That's right.
And he's not Jewish. Well, he is.
He is Jewish, right?
Yes, that's right.
He is Jewish, yes.
Right.
We're talking to Callie Crossley.
Very sprightly, too. How old is he?
Callie, he's 80.
Like he's 80.
He's 80. He may be 81 even. He's
got a lot more vigor in his step there.
How old is Bernie Sanders? I always forget.
We just said 80.
And Biden is 81.
No, but I mean, how old is Schumer?
He's 82, Bernie Sanders, Aiden tells us?
82.
Wow.
How old is Schumer?
Even spriter.
I don't know. I think
Sprightly
he's late 70s. But you know how old Bill Bradley was with us yesterday?
How old is he?
He's 80.
Is he 80?
I mean,
oh my goodness, he's got a great.
He played basketball for 1,000 years.
That's
he
right.
did.
That's
he did.
right.
But he is. He was pretty. Schumer's a spry 73.
Okay.
Do you remember, by the way, I don't want to get off on this because it's not the case
say
anymore.
It was 90.
Every time I say this, people think it's an anti-Nancy Pelosi thing, which is not. She's probably the best speaker and most effective speaker who's ever lived. There was a time when the three Democratic leaders in the House, before the current team, Hakeem Jeffries and obviously our own Catherine Clark, all three were in their 80s. And the Democratic Party thought that was an appropriate representative face to America. I mean, and so Seth Moulton took a lot of crap for challenging her, but his underlying point about new leadership was exactly right, in my opinion.
Okay, so there's a study from CBS News about 2/3 of women professionals think they're unfairly paid, and they're particularly unpaid if they are women of color, black women or Hispanic women. Now, I am suspicious of all these studies.
You are?
Yes, because the Nobel laureate from Harvard, that Claudine Golden woman, said the big change happens when women have children, that they start out, and there may be more discrimination of women of color. She didn't really get into, she got into just men and women. And so I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to make of these studies. After she won the Nobel Prize, I was a little suspicious.
Well, this tracks with all the studies that have been done. This tracks. This pretty much hasn't changed except for the numbers. So we're talking about even in the Biden White House, the median salary of women White House workers is $84,000, and compared to $105,000 for men. And they're aware of the disparity and trying to do something about it. And they said there's a lot of variations of how women come into the jobs versus men. You know, we've seen it. I remember working at, when I was working at ABC News Network, the women always came in as secretaries, but the men came in as production assistants.
Oh, okay.
So right away.
Right away.
Okay, right? Not saying that either one of those jobs was well paying, but, but you know, you can see where the disparity begins. And it's been forever known that women of color are behind. Black and Hispanic women in rural areas earn just 56 cents for every dollar earned by rural white non-Hispanic male workers. This is the thing that got me, though. It says obtaining a college degree does not often improve the situation. That's not good news.
Yeah.
That, in fact, women with a college degree face a greater pay gap than those without one. And I would surmise that that's because you can't get to the job that you've now been trained for and have expertise in. It's still outside your grasp, and so there you go. And if they think they can get you for cheaper, then they would have to pay the guy. They will do that. So here's the average salary for a woman with a bachelor's degree, 79% of that of men with a bachelor's. That's enough to make you mad.
Yeah, no, it's bad, but I think I called her Claudine Golden. It's Claudia. Claudia.
She'll forgive you.
Golden. She's at Harvard. Having just said I'm suspicious, I remember I've always told the story to Jim. I think maybe I've told it before on the radio, but taking it when I was at the Herald, getting taken out for lunch with my bosses, and offered a $20,000 raise.
No, you blew the story.
I did?
Yes, I will tell the story with a little
he's
more
going to
color.
tell it better than I can.
No.
This is not about my health insurance.
I know exactly what it is.
Okay.
Marjorie is invited out to lunch by her bosses. That is true.
Yeah.
Who do you call after you get the invitation?
Did I call you?
That would be me.
Oh, I don't remember
And she
that.
said, "Oh my God, I'm going to be fired."
I thought I was in trouble.
They called me out to go to lunch. I know why they did it. They're going to fire me. They wanted to do it in person. She goes to lunch, and I'm saying, what do I say to her when she's fired? This is going to be horrible. And she calls me, and she says she got a huge raise. Why did you get a raise?
Well, I got a raise. I was making big bucks at the Herald. I think I was making about $50,000 at the time, you know. And I got a raise because this woman at the State House sued for sex discrimination, and she won. So I was the lowest paid columnist at the Herald. They were all men above me. Even the new guy that came in, it wasn't very good. He was a man. He was making more money than me, so they gave me a raise because they was afraid. I guess I was gonna sue. So isn't that a great story?
Oh my God!
By the way, for those who didn't read Marjorie in the Herald days, wait. Let me just say.
I've been there for 20 years or something.
Wait, you were not only the lowest paid. I would argue with Howie Carr at the time. You were the two most popular.
Thank you,
No, you were.
Jim.
I mean, anybody remember reading Marjorie Egan at the Herald? Was she great, or was she?
Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, half the people
Herald,
are not applauding, which
Herald,
is really a
well,
problem.
a lot of people didn't read the
very
Herald.
Sad.
But a lot of people did. We used to have like 450,000 circulation, which is unbelievable.
About 450 now.
Now it's about 450. Things have not gone well.
Okay, so what are you doing on Sunday night there, Kelly Crossley?
We are doing my Latinx roundtable. We're talking about President Biden's use of the word illegal and what that means in the community. We're also talking about former President Trump, who has been cozying up to Latin American populists with a hope of drawing U.S. Latino voters to him. And we're talking about the dominance of Dominican baseball players and the Red Sox really exciting and joyous exhibition game in the Dominican Republic.
Oh, yeah.
So a different kind of home game, if I'm using air quotes, for those guys. And secondly, I'm just so excited about this book. Retired professor at Northeastern, Judith Tick, has written a fabulous book about Ella Fitzgerald. She was able to take advantage of a lot of material that came open once some of these files were digitized. So she found, and also she went to the HBCU newspapers, some of the black newspapers, and got other information. So it's really quite something. A lot of music in it and some interesting tips that she found from covering this. It's, she was a fantastic singer anyway, but this is just a more expansive look at her and her biography. So very exciting.
We'll be listening.
Kelly,
by the way,
thank you very
stick around.
much.
Don't go back to Brighton.
Okay.
2 o'clock right here.
Right here.
It's
That's
happening.
right.
Look how nervous Jared is. You can tell. I mean, you can see in his body language how nervous he is.
We have been speaking with Callie Crossley. She's host of Under the Radar with Callie Crossley. You can hear it Sunday nights, every
Thank you,
Sunday
Kelly.
night, 89.7, 6 o'clock right here at GBH. You can also hear her Callie commentaries on Mondays for GBH's Morning Edition. And Callie, of course, is co-host of GBH's Culture Show, which airs daily at 2, and it's going to be airing from the Boston Public Library today at 2. And coming up, GBH Executive Arts Editor, who's also the star of the Culture Show over there, is Jared Bowen. He's next. You're listening to Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH.
A new documentary paints a complex portrait of the late Mexican artist Frida Kahlo, not through historians, but her own handwritten letters and diaries.
Instead of having that historical distance, I really wanted to give that gift to viewers of just hearing from her own words.
I'm Mary Louise Kelly, a fresh take on Frida Kahlo's life on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you and Fred Hutch Cancer Center, whose discovery of bone marrow transplants has saved over 1 million lives worldwide. You can learn how this and other breakthroughs impact the world at fredhutch.org/lookbeyond. And Boston Ballet, presenting Cinderella. New to Boston audiences, this dreamlike production features spectacular dancing and newly restored costumes and sets. On stage now through March 24th. Tickets at bostonballet.org.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. Jim Browdy, Marjorie Egan. We're live at the Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Elizabeth Warren joins us in studio in the noon hour on Monday. We're joined now by Jared Bowen, GBH News Executive Arts Editor, host of The Culture Show, which not only airs daily at 2 o'clock right here in 89.7, will be broadcast live from here, formally for the first time from the library at 2 o'clock today, which is really exciting. Come on down. Hey, Jared, how are you?
It's great to be with you.
That's pretty exciting, isn't it?
It's hugely exciting, very exciting, yeah.
So, Jared, we were all celebrating on Monday and Sunday night, actually, when Frontline's 20 Days in Mariupol won the well-deserved Academy Award for Best Documentary. It, of course, is about the early days of the war when Russia invaded Mariupol and the just atrocities that went on there. But this total screw-up about the shorter version of the Oscars going to the broadcast in Ukraine?
Yeah, so basically what happens with the Oscars is, that there's a global audience for this. Everybody watches our movies. It's a huge global event, and they do broadcast it live, but for much of the world, including Ukraine, it's broadcast in the wee hours of the morning. I think for there it was 1 to 4 a.m.
Yeah.
So Disney, as the parent company who has the licensing agreement with the Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts and Sciences, they then create a 90-minute version of the Oscars. It gets fed out to all of these countries and broadcasting units all over the world, but it's just a 90-minute version, which I think a lot of us would kind of like to experience anyway. But what they did is, of course, if you have a 90-minute version of a 3.5-hour show, you have to cut out a lot, and so they cut out the Best Documentary win, which was just absolutely ludicrous because, of course, as you explained, this is a documentary for which we have close ties because we're very proud of our colleagues at Frontline and Rainey Aronson-Rath who won the Academy Award. But this is obviously a story with huge global importance, and the war that's happening in Ukraine that took you inside Ukraine and let you know how that was unfolding. One of the things that was pointed out is that this is often produced in advance so that they can just turn it around quickly. But that's no excuse either because, as I was sort of talking about last week, we pretty much knew going in who most of the Oscar winners were going to be this year. There just seemed to be a groundswell, including for 20 Days in Mariupol. It would have been a shock if that film didn't win. So there's even more, there's more people more confused about why they didn't include this in the broadcast to begin with. It seemed very odd, and it seemed almost political.
Yeah, well, they deny that it was political in these stories, but you do wonder. I mean, Navalny last year, that managed to get in when they were sending the 90-minute version. That was, of course, was the story about Alexei Navalny, who was killed in Russia, and that film.
But that lends credence to the notion that it wasn't intentional. I mean, if their goal was political to try to protect Putin or not offend Putin, why would they have done Navalny and not do 20 days in Mariupol?
I guess I'm saying, how could you be, as you just said, probably having a suspicion that it was going to win, be so...
Oh, it's outrageous.
Well, and also, they're in the entertainment business.
Right.
And you want to put the best show together. And even if it's ordained beforehand, structured beforehand, you still look at the show in real time and think, well, wait a minute, this was actually probably the best speech of the night.
Yes.
Divine Joy Randolph, maybe right after that. But it was the best speech of the night. So why wouldn't you reshuffle? And you still have time to turn it around and feed it out. They had every opportunity to do the right thing, which they have done now, that they've been called on it. And I should point out also that broadcast entities around the world have always had the option of airing the full show. Again, not a lot of people want to watch a 3.5 to 4 hour show, or they can air the 90 minutes, which will now include that win.
Sort of like listen to Boston Public Radio or the short podcast, which Marjorie always recommends. We're talking to Jared Bowen.
Okay, this is tell us about this Auschwitz exhibit, what's going to be there. It's artifacts. It's going to be at the, where's it going to be?
This is at the Castle in Park Plaza, right down the street from us.
Yeah, it's starting right now.
It opened today, and it'll be on view through Labor Day. And this is an exhibition about which 20 institutions have come together for this international tour. They've described this probably being the only only chance, basically. It won't return here to the East Coast. But basically, it's looking at Auschwitz and the story of the persecution. As people, if they need to be reminded of their history, 1 million Jews were killed there from 1940 to 1945. And this exhibition walks you through the history of that concentration camp, but even before. So when you walk into this exhibition, I toured it earlier this week, you're immediately met with giant train wheels that would presumably have carried people on the tracks to Auschwitz. You're met with a fence post. These are all materials are there, and it's rarely lent, so there's an opportunity to very much experience this and get a sense of what life was like there and why decisions were made. And you're met with a pair of one woman's red shoe. This is very intense, this entire experience.
Oh my
it's
God.
One of the best uses of the space that I've ever seen, because there is such a comprehensive story told here. So you continue to wind your way through the exhibition, and you understand Jewish life in Europe prior to the Nazi regime taking power. We enter into the Weimar Republic and understand the dynamics at play during that period, again, just before Hitler takes office. And the chance for him, we see an actual ballot where you can vote for Hitler, a reminder that even though this, again, was probably ordained because his is the only name on the ballot, there was a quote-unquote democratic process to allow this to happen. And then we begin to move into what the curators have described as the problem solving that the Nazis were doing, that they saw these issues and they wanted to find solutions for them, how to eradicate the Jewish population. We see the methods, we see the descriptions basically laid out of ethnic cleansing, the formulas they created to determine which fraction of Jewishness you had to make you eligible essentially for extermination. We see how they murdered themselves, how they murdered people with mental illness and physical impairments and disabilities, again, to create this pure race. And then we move into the really excruciating parts of this exhibition where you see people's clothing, you have a more intimate understanding of how the executions happened. I think one of the most profound realizations of this is when you see people's belongings and you understand that they had hope, because they took things that they thought they were ultimately going to be able to use later on in life when they returned home, clothing or a razor, combs, buttons, all manner of personal effects, because, of course, they didn't know how it was going to end for them. But all of the story is laid out, and I think if you've seen the film Zone of Interest,
yes, which is about this,
Which
right?
won an Academy Award for Best International Film, right? Didn't it?
Yes, it did. And you see the commandant's desk there in this exhibition. You have a more intimate awareness that this isn't just for lack of a better term, even though it was an international film, a Hollywood film, this isn't just fiction. This actually happened, and we see the artifacts here.
You know, one of the details, and this is right up the street. It looks like you can just go. Is it hard to get tickets for this, or can you just go?
I do know that they have been selling very well, and very importantly, they have thousands and thousands of school children who are going to be able to go and visit this exhibition.
Isn't GBH one of the sponsors of this? Did you say they are?
Is,
you did good. My apologies.
Anyway, it talks about the movie Zone of Interest was about this Nazi bigwig's family living right outside of Auschwitz, but
and these garden-like with gardens and this sort of utopia.
And they talk about how when people would go before they went to the gas chambers, had to take off their clothes, and that the wife of the commander there was always on the lookout for very beautiful clothes, which she would take for her own family.
She would, however, she wouldn't take the buttons.
Right.
So she would ask them to remove the buttons of the clothing because obviously that was the most personal element of it. Even it's such strange logic because obviously if you're wearing clothing, it's touching you, it is of you, it's yours. But for some reason, she was very bothered by the buttons, so they had to be removed. And so you will see in one area a whole pile of buttons. But yeah, the clothes that she thought were beautiful and she wanted for her own children, she had removed and moved over into her house.
We're talking to Jared Bowen, host of The Culture Show, which in an hour and 20 minutes, we're broadcasting live right here from the Boston Public Library. So all three of us in very different places.
Oh, yes.
Saw Girl from the North Country on
Jared
Wednesday
was
night.
in the front.
He was in the front, by the way. Four closest to the stage. The four brilliant young performers sang and talked to us earlier in the show, and they were great. What'd you think?
So I thought a couple of things. First of all, the music is gorgeous. For people
Spectacular.
if people weren't listening earlier in the show, this is the music of Bob Dylan.
Yep.
We are very used to seeing jukebox musicals now, or biopic musicals, Tina Turner and Cher and so many others. This is not that kind of musical. This was Conor McPherson, the Irish playwright, very celebrated playwright, who was given the opportunity to craft a story using the catalog of Bob Dylan. So I interviewed him on The Culture Show, and he talked about walking along the coast in Ireland with his iPod, old technology, just listening to song after song after song, and then having those resonate with him, and then really deciding what story he would tell. So the story he tells puts us down in a boarding house in 1934, Duluth, Minnesota. That's significant because that's where Bob Dylan was born, but before Bob Dylan was born. It's also the Depression. So we go into this very bleak story, I think you can both agree.
Very bleak.
Yeah, so we find this cast of characters who are down and out, and there's not a lot of money, there's a lot of despair, and we see all manner of terrible American story, from racism to brutality to even possible murder and abuse. Not a lot of happiness happening among the contingent of people, but we see the expression of their times and of their characters and of their circumstances through Bob Dylan's music. Everything from Like a Rolling Stone to Slow Train Coming, Forever Young. And I just thought the music was beautiful, the direction was beautiful, the lighting was beautiful, just gorgeous to look at. I sometimes found it a little hard to follow what was happening at the boarding house, but the essence of that time certainly comes through.
Let me just say also,
talented.
When you say, we said this to the performers before, I'm not a big fan of covers of brilliant songs by almost anybody. By the way, did you know that that song that Adele sings, what's the name of the song? I didn't even know it was a Dylan song.
I didn't either. Hold
what's
on.
the name of the song?
Hold on, let me get it right
Make
here.
You Feel
Make
My
You
Love.
Feel My Love.
Right,
Make You Feel My Love.
But
I
putting
didn't know that was a Dylan song.
I'm not a big cover fan of huge and famous. I love covers of songs you didn't like that much and they get better. But like a Rolling Stone, which is often rated the top song ever made in pop or rock music or that sort of thing. The woman who did that was it was so different and spectacular. And the interpretations they did.
I don't mean to criticize the genius Bob Dylan, but let's face it, I thought they were a million times.
I agree.
I mean, he's got great lyrics and great songs, but the performance of them and the harmonies
beautiful,
were spectacular.
Beautiful.
It is
Emerson
really great.
Colonial for another week or two.
Can we skip ahead? Because I'm really crazy about something that was here today.
Well, yeah, you can. But one of the things we're talking about, closes in 2 weeks,
Okay,
but do whatever
well,
you want.
okay.
Quickly, Cost of Living at the Speakeasy
Yeah.
closes March 30th.
Oh, and this is a really, really good show. It's a must-see show, actually, presented at Speakeasy Stage Company through March 30th. This is a play by Martina Mayock, and she wrote this a few years ago, and this is also really capturing the essence of life. And what I'm trying to figure out how to describe this, because when you walk into this show, you're met immediately with this long monologue delivered by Lewis Wheeler, who is such a great local actor. And I think it's a lot to ask of an audience who has no context whatsoever to just immediately sit down in your seat and listen to an actor talk for about, I don't know, maybe it was 10 minutes, but it was one of the most absorbing speeches I have ever heard. And we come to find out he is a truck driver who's out of work. His name is Eddie, and he's missing his wife. And we learn more gradually, line by line, about how he's found himself in these circumstances, and him being sober, him missing his wife, him trying to be connected with his wife, and it is so absorbing. It pulls you directly in. And then we flash back and we find the relationship that he was in, which was with his wife, Ani, who's a paraplegic because her spine had been shattered. And so we find how these two come back together. And this is quite funny, too, because it's her immense frustration that this guy she wanted out of her life now has to be back in her life, taking care of her, including bathing her in the bathtub. We find one other couple, too, who is paired, not a couple, but a group who's paired. It's a man who is in a wheelchair and the first-generation immigrant from Princeton who is taking care of him. So this show, ultimately, when you're bouncing back between these two couples, really just becomes, as the title of the show, Cost of Living, says, is about life, about how we're dependent on people and why we become dependent on people, how we rely on them, what we need, what we want to give over to them. Also, what I really appreciate about the show is that the playwright has asked, and everybody has honored this who's presented it, that the two actors playing the characters with disabilities have disabilities themselves. And so we have two actors, Stephanie Gould and Sean Leviashvili, who have cerebral palsy, who are playing these characters. And it's just a beautiful piece that I think everybody can find their way into.
Actually, I can't wait to see it. March 30th at the Speakeasy. And Marjorie and I both feel the same way about this exhibit she wanted to get to.
Yeah, this is the reason. This is LaToya M. Hobbs. It's time. The reason I was so excited about this is, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you know more about this than I do, but I remember when I was taking art history in college, I came upon Mary Cassatt, who was like probably one of the only people, earliest people to paint mothers and their children. So you have all these beautiful paintings of a domestic life. I mean, there are occasional ones, but that's what she did. Then I see this woman, LaToya M. Hobbs. Maybe this is more common now, but she does these woodcuts on cotton paper, and she's got the family in bed with the two little kids, homework. She's helping her two little sons with their homework. You know, the supper time, all these domestic scenes, and I just love it.
No, it's not done a lot, which is exactly why she did this.
Yeah.
So she did this. LaToya M. Hobbs, she's a Baltimore-based artist. She did this during the pandemic, and she told me, I walked through this exhibition with her at the Harvard Art Museum. It's on view through July 24th. Harvard Art Museum's always free. And so this is something she felt she could only do at that point because it's of this huge, tremendous scale. So she's someone who has studied formally painting and printmaking. So in these huge panels, I forget the actual dimensions, but I believe they're 8 by 11 piece panels in black and white. She does these woodcuts. What you're looking at are woodcuts.
That's incredible.
Her carving wood and making these prints, and they're divided into these 5 scenes of the day. Waking up, homeschooling the kids, preparing dinner for the kids, bedtime with the kids. Her husband is involved in all of this too. And then finally, the last installment is LaToya M. Hobbs in her studio, finally late at night, getting into her studio to create her art. So it's a very, very intimate look at her family. She was very deliberate about choosing the scenes of the day which actually happened. All of the things that you're looking at, they're the slippers that her little boys love to wear. Her slippers that she loves. You're actually looking out her windows. She wanted to make the rooms characters in and of themselves, and they're all sort of connected. So the more time you spend in one gallery at the Harvard Art Museums looking at this entire surround of life, it's just gorgeous. And then on top of that, she's paying homage to artists she really loves, like Elizabeth Catlett and Jean-Michel Basquiat, so she incorporates their artwork into the walls. She points out she doesn't actually own a Basquiat because that would be millions and millions of dollars. But it's a very, very personal, very, very much her story.
You know, is anybody, pardon my naivete and lack of knowledge, wood cutting. I mean, what blew me away was not just the content, but who's doing wood cutting in 2024?
Not a lot of people, and she told me that she actually, it was just going to be a situation where the woodcuts themselves would be the work of art, and they're actually now on view. I think it's at the Frist Museum.
Where's that?
I think in Tennessee.
Okay.
Can we double check that? Maybe we can double check,
yeah.
Make sure that Frist is there. But her husband, who is also an artist and videographer, he took it upon himself to find a way for these massive pieces to be printed, and they did, which is a lot of work.
And let me ask you one last quick question. I assume the reason these domestic scenes are not done that often because young female artists are afraid they won't be taken seriously if they do domesticity.
Or I think that they're often given the message that nobody really wants to see that.
Yeah.
And which is something that has been disseminated throughout art history, but that was very important to her. And it's all about showing the balance that here because she's an educator, also homeschooling her kids,
I know.
also being a wife, also being a mother.
She doesn't sleep much.
And I asked her that actually on the culture show.
Sleep?
I said, because you're finally getting into the studio at around 9 o'clock at night, and she said, well, when you do what you love, you can marshal the energy.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know, it's sort of like when you ask
Art Museum is in Nashville. Thank you very much.
By the way, Frist, as in Bill Frist, as in the former Republican leader of the Senate, I think, Dr. Bill Frist.
I don't know.
In any case, but you know, it's sort of like you mentioned she's afraid of being whatever pigeonholed. It's sort of like, I don't know, doing a State of the Union response from your kitchen. What do you think? That would never happen. So
all right.
Can we talk for a second?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Talk a little bit.
About the culture show?
It's really great. I mean, again, if you just tuned in, it's going to be live. Formally they did a dry run last week. We're not supposed to say that, but I just did. But this is the first formal of many at the library in front of a live audience. That's great.
It's very exciting. Of course, with Callie and Edgar, we'll all be together doing this, what has become kind of a madcap, I think, art weekend review, because we cover a lot of ground in a relatively short amount of time. And so it's going to be very exciting to do it here every single Friday. And the boon for today, if people hang around or if you come at, what time is the show is over at 3, then
your show.
You'll have cake from Flour Bakery.
Oh, really?
From our friend Joanne Chang,
That's pretty good.
Oh, cake
so
from
even if you're
Flour
not interested in
Bakery
the
is the
show,
best.
come get the cake.
Okay,
I mean,
so give us hints. What is on today?
Well, actually, speaking of women in the art, we're looking at the case of Françoise Guillot, who was Picasso's one of his.
This is a great story. Go ahead.
One of his partners for 10 years, and she had the audacity, in his eyes, to leave him because, as we now know, Picasso was extremely abusive and treated people horribly, especially his partners. And so she took the kids and left, and he said that you'll never be anything after me, and basically tried to kill her career. However, there's something happening in Paris right now that has basically Picasso would be rolling over in his grave.
Because she has an exhibition.
Oh, fine. You're just going to give it
I'm
away.
Sorry.
That's the part where I'm
and
supposed
where
to say.
is it? Don't say, but where it is also significant.
Oh,
I
should I not say?
No, don't say that.
Okay.
Okay, what else are you doing?
And then we will talk about the prospect of a live theater tax credit happening in Massachusetts.
You mean like the film credit?
Just like the film credit.
Wow.
Because we know that this is a great town for Broadway tryouts.
I was thinking this is not a Broadway tryout, but when I saw American Fiction, you interviewed the guy from West Roxbury whose house that's featured so well, and then the house in Situate, that's their summer beach house, and all these great scenes of the ocean. I think the ocean scenes might have been in Maine, but anyway, they were.
No, I think the whole thing was shot here.
The whole thing was shot here. Then you see the red line coming over the Charles River. That's a really good movie, American Fiction. I really enjoyed it, but so much was Massachusetts.
You think of so they had to set up shop in West Roxbury to shoot at that house, which means they're patronizing restaurants there, all the crew that gets to work there. Yeah, it's an economic boon. I know there are people who think otherwise, but there are a lot of jobs and a lot of money spent when movies come to town, and the same can happen with theater because they take months and months and months to build these shows. They don't just come in and out when they're building it here.
You know, one of the really interesting observations one of our colleagues made, which I think bears mentioning, is last week we had 2 brilliant opera singers on the show, and Marjorie, not once, but repeatedly mentioned that they're incredible. You know, Tom Rush is good, but, you know, he plays the guitar.
Oh, well, hold on.
He sings.
Hold on.
And who calls at the end of the show to, I wouldn't say challenge, he's very respectful. Tom Rush called in. So the observation of one of our colleagues is since you were bad-mouthing, what's the guy's name? I can't remember.
Bob
Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan as opposed to the covers, is Bob Dylan going to call in at 1:55?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah.
But last week when I was talking about Tom Rush, I was talking about Tom Rush and Bob Dylan,
trying to cover
and
tracks.
just saying that I think it doesn't take the range and quite the power of an opera singer to sing folk music, and I guess I shouldn't have said that, but Tom Rush could not have been more grateful when he
Gracious. He wasn't grateful.
Gracious. Excuse me.
Gracious.
That's correct.
He wasn't
He was
grateful.
gracious.
Although
and-
I heard you sold out his show.
That's right.
Well, that's what he says. I think because he's such a really nice guy that he decided to make Marjorie feel better. But do you remember the final words he said? Let me just say before I go, Jim, you are great. Marjorie, not so bad.
Okay.
Has Bob Dylan called in yet? He hasn't called in.
No, he
We
hasn't
expect
called in
him.
yet.
Okay, fine.
But I tell you, when you hear these people singing a song, I mean, you got to say, come on. You know what I mean?
They're incredible
Come on.
singers.
Okay,
I
fine.
mean, I don't think anybody really thought that Bob Dylan was kind of opera material. Do you think?
I
don't think
saw a
so.
Bob Dylan concert once. That was tough.
Well, except when he was younger. I didn't see him younger, but I heard him younger. I mean, he's not, it's pretty compelling voice, I would argue. It's just not a okay, fine. Nice to see you, Jared. Good luck, 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Jared Bowen, his colleagues, and most importantly, cake from flour for everybody
Okay.
who shows up.
Okay, we are moving on, and we are going to talk. We're going to open the lines in just a couple of seconds. To
Patty
talk about,
LuPone is postponed
she's
till
postponed
1:40.
till
She'll be with
1:40,
us a
that's
little
right.
later in the show.
So we're going to talk about a very important issue: chewing gum.
We are.
Yes. Apparently, gum chewing is on the decline. I did not realize that. But the etiquette, the politeness of chewing gum, it has become a big issue, and people don't like it. Do you chew gum, Jared? I do too.
Who does? I
Yeah,
don't.
it's bad. It's very bad. I come in here chewing gum quite a bit in the morning.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you're very observant,
I
Jim.
am
I'll
very
tell you that.
observant. Okay, fine.
Anyway, you're listening to Boston Public Radio 89.7 GBH, broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. And at 2 o'clock, the Culture Show is going to be broadcasting also from here, and Jared Bowen is going to host the show with his colleagues. It's going to be great this afternoon. Thank you very much, Jared.
This week on Under the Radar with Callie Crossley, presidential nominees woo Latino voters again. Plus, the state's temporary migrant shelters stir tension, and Red Sox Dominican players travel for a special at-home exhibition game. That and more on our Latinx News Roundtable. That's Under the Radar with me, Callie Crossley, Sunday night at 6 here on 89.7 GBH and the GBH app.
Funding for our programs comes from you. And Seasons 4, the outdoor living store on Mass Ave in Lexington, featuring over 100 styles of contemporary and traditional outdoor furniture, plus a wide selection of plants, statuary, and garden accessories. Seasons4.com. And Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts, offering Medicare Advantage plans with new benefits for 2024, as well as a broad network of doctors, hospitals, and specialists. BlueCrossMA.com/go.
Trusted. Local. News. You're listening to 89.7 WGBH, HD1 Boston, online at gbhnews.org. GBH News with NPR. What matters to you.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. Mark Regan and Jim Browdy. We're live at the Boston Public Library. Thank you all. Streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Senator Warren joins us for a half hour on Monday in the 12 o'clock hour. Let me explain to you, we've had a little bit of change of plans the rest of the show. For a few minutes, we're going to discuss one of the most important topics confronting America right now, chewing gum. That's going to be followed by two brothers who are two great chefs who have two great restaurants. We're going to talk to them. And at the end of the show, Patty LuPone, Broadway legend, is going to join us. So a change in order, but everybody remains the same. Here's the question. This is inspired by a piece from The Guardian about the fall of chewing gum. Apparently, the sale of gum has been on the decline, Marjorie, dropping by 32% since 2018.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Well, you do now. 877-301-8970. When was the last time you saw someone chewing gum? You know when the last time I saw it? 3 senators about to enter, United States senators, about to enter the chamber for the State of the Union speech the other night. Is it the cancer-causing aspartame that has people cutting back, or is it the fact that the habit is really horrible when you do it in front of other people, particularly in a in certain settings. Gum, the fleeting champion of minty, fresh breath. Question for you is, are you still a loyal chewer? And if you are, why? Or has the gum lost its favor? See the note from our colleague Hannah? I am embarrassed. I chew gum all the time in the studio. I blow bubbles, which is totally unprofessional. Message received, she says.
Don't stop, Hannah, because you make me feel better because I chew gum a lot and blow bubbles.
Why do you, I don't understand. Why do you chew gum?
I don't know. I just like it.
What do you like about it?
Well, you get into habits of things. I put gum. I have gum in my car.
Oh, that's nice.
And because if you're driving late at night and you're tired, I think
keeps you awake.
It keeps me awake.
Wow.
That and listening to music, but it keeps me awake, and it's a habit. So lots of times I get in my car, I chew the gum. I don't chew gum at home, but I shouldn't chew it. It's a bad habit, and it really annoys me to see other people chewing it, especially blowing bubbles. But Hannah, we can chew our gum and blow bubbles together.
Did you see those 3 senators the other night that I was talking about to enter the chamber?
How about Barack Obama?
I know that. I know.
He was chewing gum. Now, I think he was chewing that Nicorette gum because he had
that
was
might be because the cigarette thing, yeah.
Well, we don't really know, but he was chewing gum overseas, smacking gum with the British Prime Minister, David Cameron, which is really, those Brits, they're very into decorum. He was doing that at the first plenary session. And we don't know if that was, like I said, the Nicorette gum, but he also chewed it during a trip to China.
Yes, he did.
And a ceremony in France for the 70th anniversary of D-Day and during his inauguration.
He did?
If he was chewing Nicorette gum, he must have had a big time smoking problem, because that's an awful lot of needing a lot of Nicorette gum to get through the day.
Well, by the way, here is a video that Donald Trump posted, directed at Obama, after Obama was spotted chewing gum at India's Republic Day parade. This is from 2015. Here's defendant Trump. Here is defendant Trump.
The people of India are going crazy that President Obama was constantly chewing gum. And then on top of that, he took it out of his mouth, put it back. You can't do it. It's disgusting.
Well, he knows disgusting, so I guess he knows of what he speaks.
He's sniffing all the time. You notice
well,
how many
a lot of
times he
people
sniffs and
think, you know what I mean? In any case, 877.
Cocaine? I don't think so.
I said nothing like that. 877-301-8970. By the way, I am pretty much let people do what they want to do if it doesn't affect me kind of thing. Chewing gum is a disgusting. How many people chew gum in the? Thank you. You're honest. You flew that hand up there in about 2 seconds. How many on it? Oh, wow. That's like not many, actually.
Well,
but those who raised their hand, look how proud. You were proud. Raise your hand again. Look at that. That's incredible. Well, now it's halfway. Thank you very much. So a limited number of people chewing gum here. Chewing gum and the purchase of it is on the decline. We want to know which side you are on.
One of the things about gum that is a real problem is it can make a mess of things. You have to be sure when you're throwing out the gum, you wrap it up in paper.
How do you like when people put it under a table that you end up sitting
at? Your
at?
Chairs in school, or you go to the movie theater and they're underneath the seats in front of you. Gum used to be all over the chairs at school. It was really disgusting.
Do you have any fillings in your? I don't mean to get personal. You have any fillings in your teeth?
Well, when I was a kid, I used to chew juicy fruit gum, which is full of sugar, and make these gum chains. I was trying to win a contest. Have the longest gum chain in Massachusetts.
That's not from the gum. That's from the wrappers.
The wrappers, yeah. But you had to chew a lot of gum to get all those wrappers.
That's an excellent point.
You know what it gave me, Jim?
No, I don't.
A lot of cavities.
No, but I didn't mean that. I didn't mean not that it gives you cavities, which is a huge thing. It also pills the full fillings out of your damn mouth.
Does
not. Oh, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. You're crazy.
Yes, that has happened to me on many occasions. Well,
that's taffy.
Maybe
that
not.
Pulls,
it's taffy. Whatever it is.
It's not gum.
Taffy, gum, whatever.
So how disgusting is it to chew gum? I don't think it's that disgusting.
Well, it's because you do it.
You want to chew it with your mouth closed, and you try not to blow too many bubbles. Jenny.
I actually like it when people do it with their mouths open. I find that a very appealing look. Let's go to Jenny in Cambridge. Hey, Jenny, what's up?
Hi, guys. It's me.
Well, by the way, when she says it's me, I know she hates me saying this every time she's on. This is Jenny the juggler, and we are proud to say, she's a brilliant juggler and a musician too. We are proud to say this is the only radio show in the history of radio who had a juggler on the radio show right there.
That's right.
And that would be Jenny. Jenny, how are you?
Fantastic. Thank you. I'm glad to hear you say that, because I know you feel guilty for not having my band on.
I do.
That's not why I'm calling, and I'll be on at some point. No
you
worries.
will. You will.
I'm calling to opine on gum.
Please.
Just that as you know, I'm a family entertainer, and
yes,
I work with kids all the time.
I do know that.
And it's a high-energy profession with which I fuel I fuel it with coffee. And I always remember being traumatized in high school by one of my teachers who had the worst coffee breath. And I've been avowed for 26 years to never victimize children with my coffee breath.
I love that.
It's just my professional imperative to always chew 2 pieces of gum as I'm arriving at any show.
That's beautiful.
Well, it does get your saliva going, right? Doesn't it? It does do that.
I don't think we need to talk about that.
It deals with dry mouth.
What gum do you?
Honestly,
What?
it's a substitute for, it's a quick, when you're on the run and you
Yeah.
can't brush your teeth, it's just handy.
I don't think we need to talk about not brushing your teeth either. Now, Jenny,
did you
2
get
things.
so squeamish?
I just don't like that kind of thing. Now, Jenny, what kind of gum do you chew?
Oh, that's hilarious. They discontinued it at Costco, and I'm so bummed right now.
What is it?
I forget what it's called. I think it's Dentine, and it comes in a little
Dentine.
very wasteful package that's like a
Little red
plastic
thing.
container.
Yeah, I know what it is. Now, Jenny,
Has a little tube.
while I assuage my guilt and invite you down here to play, if people want to hear your band play or see you juggle, how do they find you?
Oh, well, JennyTheJuggler.com.
That's pretty easy. And she is, by the way, was she a great juggler? Yes or no?
Great juggler.
I mean, like brilliant.
And you could see her on YouTube.com.
Even better on the radio. Hey,
Yeah.
Jenny, JennyTheJuggler.com. I promise you'll hear from us soon. Jenny,
Now,
thanks.
Gum has...
Whoa, what'd you say?
Monday.
Huh?
The last Monday of the month, you can see me in your neighborhood on Sabine, the bar. It's Monday, the 25th of March. My band will be in there.
Writing it down. Goodbye.
Thank
Nice
you,
to see you, Jenny, or talk to you, or whatever.
Chewing gums in its various forms is one of the oldest habits there is. Stone Age teenagers, according to The Guardian, were chewing birch bark tar in Scandinavia 10,000 years ago.
How do we know that?
It's in The Guardian.
I know, but how do they know that?
Well, I suppose they talked
found
to
it
some
stuck under a
archaeologists
rock?
or
Is
something
that it?
like that. Yeah, and gum also has a long history in the Americas. The Aztecs and the Mayas were chewing things like chicle, which is a tree resin. So it's been around for a long time. A lot of people think it relieves
That's
stress.
where the word chiclet comes from, obviously. I didn't know that.
No question about it, Jim.
Wow.
I have no idea if that's a link, but go right ahead and make it. And a lot of people think it relieves stress, and a lot of people think it helps you quit smoking, which is another reason why people start to chew gum, because it helps them not to get off the nicotine. And Barack Obama, we suspect, was chewing the
Well, he had a problem with it.
the Nicorette, which is the anti-smoking.
By the way, Zoe just sent us a photograph of a sugar-free something, EAMA it looks like. Her father chews this. It's called mastic gum, which is disgusting in and of itself. Very popular in Greece, and as she says, quote, absolutely disgusting. So there you go.
Sally in New Hampshire, what do you think about chewing gum?
Hey, Sally.
Hi. Okay, so I adore you guys.
Thanks.
You're hilarious.
Thanks.
Anyway, I'm a Boston girl. Yes, I live in New Hampshire now, but I have to tell you that we watch. Did you say sorry? We watch the Celtics. Sorry, too. Yes.
It's okay, good.
My kids and I are big Celtics fans.
Yeah.
And the funniest thing is, Coach Joe with his chewing gum all last season.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And when we lost the final, my kids are like, damn, why did he give up chewing gum? That's what we need.
That's pretty good.
Coach Joe, keep chomping away on that gum. That's the only way we're going to win.
That's a pretty good story. Pretty good line from your kids, too, Sally.
In 2000...
Sally, thanks.
We love the Celtics.
Thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
In 2007, Carol Middleton, who is the mother of the future Queen of England, faced an uproar after she was spotting chewing gum during an event she had been invited to
that's
for
horrible.
Prince William. It was all over the tabloids. She got a lot of flack for appearing to be chewing gum in public. And she's not recovered yet, Jim, and it was back in 2007.
Well, it's really upsetting, particularly since I never heard of her. You know who is notoriously...
Well, she's the mother of the future
I
queen,
know,
Kate
but
Middleton,
okay.
whose ailments and whose faked photograph are like all the rage. The royal watchers...
Still haven't seen her, right? She has still not been seen.
She has still not been
Can't believe
seen.
I
We
care
don't
about
know.
that.
We don't know what's wrong with her.
So let me read you a quote from somebody who's pretty well respected in this country.
Yeah.
I hate chewing gum. It makes me sick just to think about it. When people chew loudly or smack it and pull it out of their mouth, that is the worst. Who would that be, Marjorie?
Well, I know. I'm looking at
Who is
Oprah
it?
Winfrey.
Oprah Winfrey.
Notoriously.
She bans it from her production studio. That's a quote from People magazine.
Listen to this. Does your chewing gum lose its flavor on the bedpost overnight was apparently a big hit in
course.
1959.
I heard it like 2 years ago on the radio. It was a huge song. You never heard that? Can we get that, by the way, before the segment's over, if that's all possible? Because I don't think people would really want to miss that.
Listen to this from Tony from Worcester. He's grew up so poor that we couldn't afford any gum. So the one time a kid gave him gum, the teacher caught me. I was made to stand in the hall with the gum stuck to my forehead as the kids walked by for recess, laughing all the way. I hate gum. Ever since, says Tony.
But that stays with you, too. Obviously, the guy was really embarrassed. Now, you know what's an interesting question that we haven't addressed on this incredibly important topic? Do you chew one piece or two pieces?
Half a piece.
I've never heard of that in my life.
I do, half a
And what
piece.
is the reason for that?
Because the flavor is new when it's the new piece. And if you chew
Oh,
half
so you
a
eat the
piece,
second half?
later on.
That
we'll
is
eat
brilliant.
We'll eat the second. A lot of people don't like people chewing gum with their mouth open.
Nor do
You know,
I.
it's like eating with your mouth open. It drives people
I got
crazy.
that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's go to Patricia from Natick. What do you think, Patricia?
Gum's huge in Natick. Go ahead, Patricia. What's up?
Hi, I just was calling in to let you know that for some people, chewing gum is medically necessary.
It is?
My daughter has dry mouth
Oh.
situation. The saliva in your mouth is what cleans your teeth. Unfortunately, her saliva was not producing enough to clean her teeth, and she goes to the Oral Medical Center with Tufts in Boston, and they highly recommend chewing gum to produce the saliva to help clean her teeth.
Well, I mean, I don't know what I can... Yeah. What?
Extensive teeth decay.
Yeah.
She's gone through extensive teeth decay.
Oh, God.
Crowns, root canals.
Okay, okay. We feel really bad for your daughter, but I can't take it anymore. Patricia, it's not your fault, Patricia.
Jim can't listen to anything
Why do we
involving
do this
teeth
topic?
and toothbrushes.
Patricia, we think in her case it makes total sense, and we're supportive of
Sean
it.
from West Roxbury
Thank you.
says, if the nuns caught you chewing gum in Catholic school in the 70s and 80s, you had to put it on your nose for the remainder of the day.
I'm okay with that. Are you okay with that, or you think that's
Well, no, I
bullying?
think that's kind of mean. Carol from Ipswich says, gum, a terrible habit. One of my kids' friends stuck gum under her kitchen island, so she was making something, and she went underneath it. I mean, if you get gum somewhere, I mean, gum is really hard. You know how you get it off, though?
No, I don't.
Ice. That can get the gum
What do you
off.
freeze the individual piece off?
It hardens the ice. It's easy to when it's
Hardens
soft,
the ice?
it
Ice is hard.
It hardens the gum.
Oh.
So that instead of trying to pull off the little, because gum will stretch.
Gum's really hard.
It will
yeah.
stretch a really long way. So you have to get it nice and icy.
So wait a second. So you hold an ice cube next to a clump
we have
of
the gum song. We have the gum song.
Wait a second. Before we get to that,
Yes.
you do?
To make the gum hard, and then
Yeah.
it's easier to get off the clothing or wherever it's stuck to.
Okay, we hate to disrupt this incredibly scintillating segment on the show, but this is, I don't know if is it called leaving the gum on the bedpost or whatever it's called?
It's called something about does gum lose its flavor. Here
To
it is.
lose its
Does
flavor.
your chewing gum lose its flavor on the bedpost overnight?
No, it's a
It was
classic.
big hit in
By
1959.
Lonnie Donegan, obviously. Who didn't know that? Whoever, yeah. He's no longer with us. Pretty good. Look at people moving with the music. It's really great.
I'm moving.
You are. Can I say, by the way, thank you. That's Lonnie Donegan. Does your chewing gum lose its flavor? I don't want, I'm going to be careful what I say here, but I feel it needs to be said.
Yeah.
Tom Rush is good, but he is no Lonnie Donegan. Let's face it. He is no Lonnie Donegan. 877-301-897. Just to remind you, two fabulous chefs from two fabulous restaurants are 5 minutes away. Following that, Patti LuPone, the Broadway legend, who we thought was going to be with us a little earlier. There was a screw-up. She'll be with us for the last 20 minutes of the show, and she's in town for a special, I think, one-woman show in April. Soon. We'll tell you the date. Yeah.
Listen to this. I'm a furniture conservator.
Wow.
Conservator, I think that's how you say it.
Whatever
Years
it
ago, I worked on the desks that you see in the United States Senate chamber. One of the tasks I was charged with was removing the gum that the senators had stuck on the underside of their desks. Needless to say, it made me view those in the halls of power in an entirely different light. By the way, I didn't mention Britney Spears, who got slammed for a rude gum-chewing episode in the United Kingdom on a daytime talk show called Loose women.
Boy, that's really interesting.
Yeah, that's right. She got in big trouble. I think, and also if you see people, I know it drives a lot of people crazy if you go to something like the BSO, or you go to some recital, people chewing gum at those kind of events is looked down. You have to be very discreet and not chew in a noticeable
You've
kind of
thought a
way.
lot about this, haven't you?
I have.
Apparently you have.
And a lot of people say that Barack Obama was doing the
Well, he admitted he had a real hard time. By the way, one of our next guests fed Barack Obama, so stick around for that. And we also learned from our next guest what Michelle Obama likes to drink, which I was totally unaware of.
Paul from Salem thinks he thought the GOP's Gum Chewers Caucus at last week's State of the Union address was quite notable.
By the way, I was not making that up. There are 3 Republican senators in the back of the room before Biden gave his State of the Union thing, and they're all standing back there chewing gum. Now, I have to say, this is not a partisan comment. It was disgusting. It was totally disgusting and unprofessional, particularly at that particular time. That's all I got to say.
Gum is fine, just don't chew like a cow. Don't chew in small spaces. Everyone can smell it. Don't chew in a physical rehab office next to someone else.
Yeah.
I could have strangled the gum-snapping gum chewer who ruined my physical rehabilitation.
By the way, if any of you are wondering whether we're embarrassed that we're doing this segment, yes, we are. And we're very embarrassed, but luckily it's almost over. And in Boston, you're next on Boston Public Radio with Marjorie Egan and me, Jim Browdy. Hey.
Hey, how are you?
We're good.
I have a story.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, it's got an echo. I was at the Boston Symphony last night,
Yeah.
and at the end of the performance, when they stood for their standing ovation,
Yeah.
in their full tuxedo, one of the guys on the violin section was chewing gum, which I just thought, I've never seen anything quite like that.
So do you think
So I thought
Andres
it was very
Nelson should fire him, or what do you think the consequence should be?
I do, yeah. And I was
Okay.
kind of wondering what would happen if the tuba player was chewing gum while they were playing.
Oh,
That is a brilliant-
That would be bad. Yeah.
And that is brilliant. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the call. Can I say something about tuba for a second?
Yeah.
I mentioned, did I say this on the air the other day?
I don't know.
I saw virtually none of the movies other than 20 Days in Mariupol and Past Lives, which is spectacular, that were nominated for Academy Awards beforehand. You know what I watched the night after? One of the short, the short that won, called The Last Repair Shop,
Yes.
which is a story about a repair shop of musical instruments in the Los Angeles public school system. And it's interspersed with these workers who are, you cannot but fall in love with each of these people. And what comes in between each of the workers, I think there are 4 of them, I forget. One did strings, one did, what are they called, air things, the reed,
Like
whatever it is.
clarinet
In
or
between
oboe.
are students in the Los Angeles public school system describing how important musical instruments are in their personal growth and in their lives. And one of the kids is a tuba player, and he talks about his love for the tuba, and it really, really makes you cry. It is a totally beautiful piece. Ian in Hyannis, we're about to end this nightmare. We're talking about chewing gum. Hi, Ian. How are you?
Hi. Just a quick story in
Please.
the 72 to 73 prisoner takeover of Walpole, as it was called then, now Cedar Junction.
Right.
A number of us theology students went in as monitors as to what was actually going on in pairs, one black person and one white person, and escorted by Prisoners Union and black Muslims to protect us.
Yep.
And I got separated from my partner at one point and was being surrounded by some dangerous-looking fellows, and I heard coming around the corner my partner's popping of his chewing gum, the most comforting sound I ever heard in my life.
Well, that's actually a pretty
There you go.
good chewing gum
That's
story.
a good
Ian,
one.
thanks for sharing that with us.
I have one more.
Please.
Chewing gum is not disgusting, it's how you chew it, just like eating.
Well, that's actually a good point.
Keep your lips closed. Don't show it in your mouth to people. Don't make sounds with your gum. I chew gum all day to maintain fresh breath and wish more people would do the same because there's lots of halitosis in America.
By the way, I want people to know we had a choice. When Marjorie and I were deciding what to do on the show today, we decided what's more important for people to hear. Should we do a segment on the policy differences between Donald Trump and Joe Biden or on chewing gum? And Marjorie decided chewing gum.
That's right.
What can you say?
I feel vindicated.
I
'cause
think you
not
should
as-
be.
Not as many people think that that chewing gum is as gross as you do, Jim.
I do.
So I feel vindicated.
Good.
And Hannah's vindicated, too. We can chew our gum together.
Do you have any idea what's next?
Yes, I do.
Well, good.
We're going to talk with two brothers who have made their mark and continue to make their mark on Boston's restaurant scene. Dave and Steve Welch join us next. You're listening to Boston Public Radio 89.7 GBH, broadcasting from the Boston Public Library and streaming on youtube.com/GBH News.
A new documentary paints a complex portrait of the late Mexican artist Frida Kahlo, not through historians, but her own handwritten letters and diaries.
Instead of having that historical distance, I really wanted to give that gift to viewers of like just hearing from her own words.
I'm Mary Louise Kelly, a fresh take on Frida Kahlo's life on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you. And MFS Investment Management. For 100 years, MFS has been committed to helping investors, investment professionals, and institutions build secure futures. You can find active investing strategies and insights at mfs.com. And Celebrity Series of Boston. Max Raab and Palast Orchestra bring swing and cabaret big band classics from Germany's Roaring Twenties and Tin Pan Alley at Symphony Hall on March 19th. More at celebrityseries.org.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan. We're live at the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We had a little screw up. Broadway legend Patti LuPone is going to zoom in at about 1:40. Exactly. Thank you. But we're joined now by two brothers who just happen to be celebrated Boston area chefs and restaurant owners. You know Dave Welch was the owner of the aptly named Chef's Dave's in Chestnut Hill. About to open for lunch service in a few weeks. Is that true?
That's what they said.
Okay, fine. Well, you would know. Steve Welch, who happens to be his brother, is making waves of his own over in Harvard Square at the just reopened, I think on Monday, beloved OG Gourmet. How are you, Steve? Good
I'm
to see
wonderful,
you.
Jim. Thank you.
Thank you. We are told that Steve is the older brother. We'll find out if that's true in a minute. Steve and Dave Welch, welcome to Boston Public Radio.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim.
I've got to say, I don't mean to, separate the two brothers here so quickly, but let me tell you, this is one great.
Well, why don't you say what it is? It's a radio show.
You call it a spare rib, don't you call it a spare rib? Isn't that what that is?
We call it Dave's Ribs.
Dave's Ribs. Okay, that is.
And once you eat these, you get hooked immediately.
Well, you know why I'm hooked? I don't usually like these. I don't usually like them because they're too fatty and they're too gristly and this is great. Thank you. Great. This is just terrific.
What do you think of the ribs at Dave's restaurant, Steve?
Well.
He's not going to tell you the truth.
Yeah,
he's not going to tell you the truth.
No,
I'm asking him, Steve. Be honest with me if you can.
Check this out. Let me be real.
Be real.
They're good.
They are. Oh, they are good.
They're good.
Okay, fine. So let's. And why don't we start with you? What is this OG thing in Harvard Square? What do you do there?
It means today in Italian.
It does?
OG, yes.
Okay.
We had an Italian guy working for us years ago, and I wanted to have a segment of my menu that was just for today. Oggi.
Got it.
Means today.
I heard that from you, yeah. So what do you serve at that joint of yours?
I serve the best pizza in New England.
By the way, I had it last Monday with Christopher
See,
Myers, our
great.
buddy. It is spectacular. What do you think of the pizza at his brother's place?
It's delicious.
Okay, well, that's okay, good. Okay,
so
we're
they're very
on level
supportive.
plane.
They're very supportive of each other.
Now what you're
That's
supposed
nice.
to do, you're supposed to be here to promote your stuff. You open the box of the pizza.
Open the box, look.
And you
my
hope that's
God.
not the way it opens.
Yeah, it's
And
a
then
margarita.
You
Look at
tilt
that.
it up. Is that beautiful?
that's
Let's hear for that
beautiful.
pizza. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Marjorie would like a piece in a
So how did this happen? I know you guys grew up.
Whoa, we didn't hear about Chef Dave's yet.
Oh, Chef, sorry.
What do you serve at that place there in Chestnut Hill?
A lot of tantalizing goodies.
Yes, you do.
That's right.
Thank you. The food's
I got the
fabulous.
list.
Tell us
Yes.
give us a little sample besides tantalizing spare ribs.
Well, we have duck wings, that's jerk duck wings. We have Kansas City steaks. We have filet. Everything is prime. We specialize in all fresh ingredients. I like to respect the ingredients because when you respect the ingredients, all the flavors come through beautifully.
By the way, there's seven of you? Is
Seven.
That seven of you?
Seven.
What's the I mean, it seems a little odd. The whole, is there a tension between the two of you?
Of course.
There is, okay.
course.
Okay, so could you describe the tension, Steve, please?
Well, let me stand away from David.
I'm relaxed.
Well, that's Dave speaking. Steve, you fill us in.
Well, listen, if you're the last of 7, what did you expect would happen?
Is he the youngest?
He's the youngest
Are
of
you the
7.
youngest?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
But we've put David through the ringer when he was younger. He beefed up. And now he's outshining.
How do you feel about him?
Fabulous.
Okay, but you don't. I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? I mean, let's be honest here.
So was this a big thing? I mean, two brothers in one family running restaurants. It's unusual. Was Mom a great cook? Dad a great cook? Did you just do a lot?
When we came to the States, we're from a small island, Montserrat, and David was the last one born in the U.S. But my father.
I got a free ride over.
Free ride.
Not my son. My father was a chef at Mass General many years ago, and I think we just gravitated towards food.
But hospital food you don't generally think of as knocking your socks off,
I don't
right?
think it was the hospital food. It was the idea of cooking food.
Okay.
And he made an amazing bread pudding.
Oh.
Oh my God!
Oh.
It was a family thing that we waited anxiously for the bread pudding.
And not only that, but a delicious goat stew as well.
Yeah.
Goat is one of my, by the way, all-time favorite food.
Yeah.
By the way, Steve is doing a rotten job promoting OG. It's not just pizza, which is spectacular. Great sandwiches, fabulous soup, salad, etc., all that kind of thing.
Pizza is how we got our name.
I got that.
So,
I know.
I mean, if you want a great burger, if you want a great pasta, if you want French fries, hand-cut fry, I mean, we do it all.
Okay, so Dave, tell us about the Black Crow Cafe, going back to those thrilling days of yesteryear. What did that have to do with the growth of the two of you and some of your siblings?
Well, the Black Crow was Steve's business and 2 other brothers. They were the principals.
But you weren't part of that deal?
No.
I thought you were.
No. I worked there.
Oh, you worked there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I cooked the food. They kept me in the back. They kept me in the back. But, I went off from there and did my own thing.
Yeah, we know. We're going to talk about your own thing in a minute. So what was that like working with a lot of your siblings?
It was great. I mean, we had the wine covered by another brother who works in a vineyard in France. You had me, of course. And you had another brother who was just like the flavor. He just wandered around. And David, he was a man.
So, by the way, one last question. I want one last Black Crow question.
Go ahead.
How many black sommeliers were there when the Black Crow Cafe was around?
We weren't even thinking that, but all I know is there was so little of us that when they walked by the window and saw 4 of us in there, they were like, "Whoa!" And then we got a little review, and it was on.
JP, right?
JP. Yeah. It was a coming of age. Yeah.
So I'm not a very good cook. Jim is quite a good cook, but I am pretty good at telling when fruit is ripe, like pineapples and cantaloupe and honeydew and stuff. And I know that's one of the things people always talk about, the sweetness of your fruit. So can you give us some tips on how you can tell when we're right at the rightness?
This is Dave we're talking
cut into this thing.
Pass me the pizza.
Here, take it.
So before it was Chef Dave's, I worked at a cheese shop.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say what the cheese shop is, but
Formaggio.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Sorry.
And Cremoldi's, which was fabulous.
Yeah, it was
before that.
from out. So
okay.
I worked there, and I opened up a little produce section for them, and I said,
"Thank you, Jim."
It came up, Dave's always sweet, and I guaranteed whatever fruit you picked would be sweet. So there was times I wasn't working, people would bring their melons back and say, "David, can you check this for me? I know you didn't sell it to me, but just check it." And I would check it, and for so long, they were sweet. I don't even know how I did it.
How did you do it?
Yeah,
what is the?
Because there's a trick to it. I mean, I'm pretty good at pineapples, but honeydew melons and cantaloupes,
Honeydew
you can make a
melons
lot of
was the
mistakes.
biggest challenge.
They're very difficult.
Yeah.
Okay, is it the softness at the
No,
brown
they
top?
give off a fragrant smell.
And the same thing with the cantaloupe?
Yes.
Okay, how do you do pineapples?
Fabulous. I had Costa Rican pineapples. They were Gallia melons.
But how
and all
do you
sorts of
tell
stuff.
when the right time to cut
I can
into a
answer. Let's see if
You
I'm
can
right. How easily the thing
No, I
pulls
don't think
out.
that's right.
So if
No.
you buy Costa Rican
Yeah.
pineapples, you'll see a nice golden color to them.
Yes.
Usually Doles are the best ones to buy.
And a little bit of softness in the body of the pineapple.
What? You don't want it too soft.
You don't want it
'cause
too
then
soft.
You want it a nice
No.
medium.
Don't I bring in great pineapples?
You actually do.
But
We're
I
talking-
use fruit too.
You do? I'm sorry. Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Steve.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
how do you do the cantaloupe and the honeydew?
I bite into into it.
Bite into it, okay. And then if you made a
That's how you
mistake,
know it's
what
sweet.
the hell?
Yeah. Well, at least he has his teeth printed in it.
So we have Steve
right.
and Dave Welch here. They happen to be brothers. Steve is the owner and chief chef and whatever of the great OG's Gourmet in Harvard Square. Chef Dave's is fabulous, fabulous restaurant in Chestnut Hill. We're very hard to get a reservation, I should say, unless you know this guy. Can we go back seriously to your youth here? Were you both Metco kids?
Yes.
What did Metco, and Newton for you, yes?
All Newton.
Newton for you too?
Braintree.
What did Metco mean to you as a kid, Dave Welch?
It gave me a great education. I remember the school bus going up Beacon Street, and I used to see this big gold sign, Mr. Sid. And I was wondering, what is this Mr. Sid business? You know, today I'm in Mr. Sid more than they are.
Well, that's pretty good.
You know, so, I mean, Metco opened up quite a bit.
Were you nervous as a kid, going to school in a suburb that wasn't your community?
No, back then we had host parents, we had all sorts of stuff, so, you know, it was great for me. I stayed over, it was all a learning process. It was a great chance.
How about Braintree for you, Steve Welch?
Terrible.
Was it really? Or you...
Terrible.
Really?
Really?
Terrible.
Why?
Too far?
Well, I was by myself. I mean, we didn't go to... We had 7 siblings. None of us went to school together, so we didn't have that back coverage, you know?
Yeah.
But Braintree was, it was on the South Shore. It was a
It's
bus
a long
ride.
haul.
Yeah, and
Long haul.
then you had to mesh with kids and people that you really didn't, at the time, I didn't feel comfortable with.
Yeah.
But it did build me a base.
What do you mean by that?
Tolerance base. Mm-hmm. Deal with people to get to where you need to go, and then when you get there, you get it on.
You know, it's interesting. A lot of people that are politicians in Boston, people of color, went to Metco, but Newton and Brookline, they're close. You know, if you're going to Andover, you're going to Lexington, you're going to Braintree, that's a long haul.
But you know,
damn bus.
the beautiful thing about Newton is that my customers are my classmates.
That's right.
Oh, that's pretty great.
Their parents. It's a whole 360. You know, it's a whole 360 comeback up here, you know.
And Newton North, not Newton South, but Newton North always has the best sports teams.
He was
I
in
don't know
Newton
why.
South, though.
Newton North had bigger kids. South was a little tiny.
Yeah, my kids went to the Brookline High School, and it was really embarrassing every time Newton North came in town. They just got wiped out.
How'd you guys
sport?
Fast forward, how did you make it through COVID? Starting with you, Dave Welch.
Well, when I opened this business, people said I was crazy.
When did you open?
In the middle of COVID.
In the middle of COVID?
Yeah, it was an auspicious time when I opened this business, and it just flourished. And I must say, it was through the support of my clients, people with tremendous love for me, and just bringing me through this whole excursion into where I'm at right now.
Based on what, the catering stuff you had done in the past?
I did more catering in COVID than I did when there was no COVID.
So how nervous were you about opening in the middle of COVID that this thing wasn't going to make it?
Well, I knew it wasn't. I had no worries about it because, I was buying people's bananas, bread, milk, you name it. I was the only guy out there in a rain suit picking up people's groceries. So when COVID kind of mellowed down, I decided to open a restaurant. And I must say the WS team was really great to me, very supportive in getting this done.
How about you?
Well, we were a takeout business to begin with, so COVID just limited people coming into the restaurant, and then we increased in delivery. But if you're not set up for delivery and takeout when COVID had, you would have a problem. I mean, our business did go down in the depths of COVID, but it was fine. I mean, we're in a Harvard building also, and Harvard made sure that they did everything with their people to keep us, on top of what we needed.
By the way, pizza's fabulous.
Thank you, Jim.
You're going to love it, Margaret. It is really
You
fabulous.
said that last week.
Yeah.
Well, because it was fabulous, and it's fabulous this week, too. It's amazing.
We're talking to Dave and Steve Welch. Dave is chef of Dave's.
I'm going to do that in a minute. I've eaten the ribs in your restaurant. I'm going to try them again.
Yeah, the ribs are unbelievable.
So I heard.
Dave is chef of Dave's in Chestnut Hill, and OG Gourmet in Harvard Square is Steve Welch's place. Dave, you mentioned catering before. You catered for Barack and Michelle Obama. How'd that happen?
It happened. I mean, I know a lot of powerful clientele. I mean, I cooked for Julia Child,
You did?
I did. And
in her house?
Not in her house. When I was cooking for her, it was in Henry Luce's Gates' house.
Oh, my gosh.
And at that time, her kitchen was being torn down to go to Smithsonian Institute. So we had that.
They put her kitchen in the Smithsonian Institute?
Yeah, she had her kitchen. So the thing is, I was nervous. I was tense, but I didn't know that she was who I was cooking for. They didn't tell me at the time until I was halfway through making the meal.
So you knew you were at Henry Louis Gates' house, obviously, but you didn't know she was going to be one of the guests?
No.
Okay.
So when I did, I started sweating profusely.
I'm sweating. Let's talk about the Obamas.
Did she talk in her funny voice there?
She
It's not
did.
her fun. It was her voice.
It was her voice, but it was an
She
unusual
did,
voice.
and then she brought me into the dining room and had me explain everything. The wine that I picked, the food, how did I come up with this? And, I'm shaking like this, talking.
Wow.
But I made it through.
Okay. And so you have a lot of famous clients, and one of them was the President of the United States and his
Yes.
wife.
Yes.
How'd that happen?
It happened through one of my clients, which I can't name.
Little secretive, this guy.
Well, I have to keep my clients,
That's right.
Yeah.
That's why he's got his sunglasses on.
Exactly, because I don't want you to fall in love with my eyes.
But I'm bummed. Thank you.
So did you go to their house in Martha's Vineyard?
I went to someone's house in Martha's Vineyard.
Ooh.
And that house was where we cooked for 12 guests, intimate guests, which we all deal with in society.
We do.
But I can't say who they were.
Okay.
Well, you can say it was Obama and Mrs.
I can say
okay,
that,
fine.
yeah.
Okay.
And you can tell me what Michelle Obama had to drink. You did mention this one of these stories.
Yeah, she likes her martini
I love
stirred
that.
but not shaken.
That's right. And she
But
likes
ice
them
cold.
really cold. That's very
Ice
important.
cold.
A lot of people, you always tell a good restaurant if they can make a good martini. Not everybody can do that.
You need to come see me.
I should come see
Why
him.
are you letting him off the hook? You're not like this.
Letting him off the
just
hook about what?
at first glance he's not telling you.
Because he said I was gonna-
Ask him some more
he said I was
questions.
going to fall in love with his eyes.
Okay,
That's
fine.
that happened.
She's distracted now. Okay.
I told you.
And what is? I assume Obama eats like salmon. Is that what he's having? Or
He
what?
didn't have salmon that
He's
night.
a pizza.
He loves pizza.
Yeah.
We'll get to
He did
you
not
in a
have
minute.
salmon that night, but I was.
What did he have?
I can't disclose
come
that.
on.
But he had a fabulous time, I will say
He did?
that. Yes, he did.
And who were all the other people that were there?
There was some people from the Wayfair,
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
But that's as far as I can go.
Okay. They're
That'd be
famous.
the
I didn't know all
Shahs, for
of
those
this.
who don't know.
Yeah.
I never knew all of this.
Yeah.
Well,
Do you really not know this?
No,
He's
man,
on
he
the,
didn't
he's on the
tell
other
me.
side of the bridge.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you are on the other side bridge. What famous people are you hanging out with, like your brother Dave?
Is it
The
a Harvard?
last famous person I cooked for was Jim. Last
That
week.
is a really low bar, by the way. Let me tell you, my friend. That is rather one person applauded.
Well,
Thank
here's
you.
the thing. Cooking for famous people, I mean, I don't have any names I could come up with.
He's
I mean,
mocking his
me,
brother, I
Yeah,
think.
David. I cook for David.
Yeah.
I make him an egg sandwich.
Well, you're over there at Harvard University, world's greatest university, cooking for the future leaders of the free world.
Yeah.
That's right. So there you go.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
So what's it like being a black restaurateur, starting with you, Dave, in Boston, Greater Boston in 2024?
Well, it's interesting. I learned a lot of stuff. I mean, like, the way my restaurant's laid out, when I come in, it's like, oh, you the chef? Yeah. No, really. The other one. No, I am the one. What other one?
Well, they think you're parking the cars? Is that what they're
I
they're
have
thinking?
no idea. Maybe it's
Is that
the
really true?
maybe it's
Is
the
that really-
T-shirt.
Have you experienced that, really?
I have.
And how does that make you feel?
I
Come on, tell the truth. How does it make you feel?
well, it's kind of weird.
Okay. Well,
Because it's like, what do you have to be like to have this level of excellence?
Yeah.
Or this type of bourbon collection, or this type of prime meats, or this type of service, or this type of atmosphere. What is that? But it's I feel good that I could give you that.
Yeah.
And how about
and teach you at the same time.
What's your? So you're an optimistic kind of guy.
Yeah, but I'm the opposite. I make pizza. They're like, oh, it's you. But here's the thing.
But he has a tie on.
No, but
He
here's
has
the
a tie
thing.
on.
No.
Look at
Yes,
this.
he does.
He has a tie.
But when I make pizza, I'm serious about what I do.
I know you're really
You know,
serious.
Yeah,
about
I'm
it.
serious
You are.
about my pizza is an extension of who I am. I dress it up. I could dress it down.
So we never really got to this. I mean, we talked about your dad being a great cook and how he worked at Mass General and stuff, but I mean, you have to, did you guys go to cooking school, or did you how do you learn this? And because it's a really grueling job, too. No matter how successful you are, it's not easy to
Steve, you're
run a
first. Go
restaurant.
ahead.
So I didn't go to school. I'm a fashion major. I went to an art institute where I learned commercial design and fashion design, fashion merchandising. So that's how I kind of gave myself a vision for food. you get the color right,
Yeah.
and the taste is gonna follow.
Yeah.
So I mean, I didn't need training. We went to David and I and my brothers, we went to some of the best restaurants endlessly throughout the city.
Oh yeah, like what?
Mistral is my favorite.
Oh, Mistral. I went there once.
Well, we used to go to Radius.
Oh,
and you know,
yeah.
Radius is
Christopher
Myers. Yeah. Christopher Myers. See Money. He ran that place, and we ran in there, and he took care of us.
By the way, Christopher Myers was Steve and I were with Chris the other day, and he was supposed to join us for a couple of minutes, and he cooked up this totally phony story about having to take his dog to wag and pup or something.
And his dog don't even like him.
And so he was lying. He was lying.
He
about
was.
that. And then when I said, "Could you call in at 1 o'clock?" He had a doctor's appointment, allegedly. Do you believe that either?
No.
Neither do I.
Yeah, and he's married, of course, to Joanne Chang.
She is,
from
indeed.
Flower Bakery and Myers and Chang. Of course, they're a great restaurant. And there we got a cake from Flower Bakery
2 o'clock.
at 3 o'clock.
Oh, 2 o'clock, too. Oh, 3 o'clock,
3
that's
o'clock
right.
is a celebration for the culture show coming here.
So your deal, I mean, was it cooking at Black Crow that started your deal, or what was the deal?
No, I just fell in love with it. I mean, I used to be a banker, so.
Is that true?
Yeah, and I took a test to be a cop as well.
I heard that.
Can you imagine getting stopped by me?
You are, people are not seeing you in your whatever, but you are a fairly well-constructed, would you say your brother is?
What about, yeah.
You're fine, too, actually.
He eats pizza.
By the way, speaking of state cop, you know who I sat next to the first time we came to your restaurant?
Yeah.
Is one of the wonderful guys who we knew pretty well, who was one of Charlie Baker's security people from the state police. A wonderful
really?
guy, and his wife. It was really terrific, and the food is really. And by the way, the spare ribs, you urged me, they are really extraordinary. I've never had a bad thing. I've never had anything but a great thing at Chef Dave's. Your stuff is extraordinary.
Thank
I mean,
you.
everybody loves your place.
Thank you.
And boy, the family has really done pretty well, haven't they? The Welchers.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Do you like to cook for your families, or is it like insulting to cook when you're not?
I won't cook a well-done steak.
You won't.
If they want that, they have to eat chicken.
Who eats a well-done steak? This is a quiz.
There's one brother.
No, it's not a brother. Who is it?
My oldest brother.
Not your brother.
Oh, I
I'm
know.
talking about. Oh, you meant a brother.
No, brother. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Well, he's a brother too, I guess. Donald Trump eats well-done steak with ketchup.
I won't cook for him.
Well, I wouldn't cook for him even if he didn't eat well-done steak. Do you have any more questions for these guys?
No, just every time I talk to people that do what you do, I mean, it is a really grueling.
It is.
You're working all the time.
The
That's
hours
tough.
are insane.
Yeah.
And it's long because you have to keep the consistency of what you do. Because if you don't, there's that one customer that's going to notice.
And if you're not there.
And if you're not there.
You don't know.
But also, my hours are different than his. So I have a lot more time to have my mornings, to think about menus, plan, get my nails done, pedicure, and all that stuff, haircut, shave, So it relaxes me to give me time to think about what I'm going to do next.
Do you do a takeout, or just have to come in?
We do takeout.
You do?
And I
Okay.
guarantee you, anything you take out will taste the same as if you sat in that restaurant.
It's a beautiful. Before you go, how was Obama as a person, and both Obamas to deal with it, wherever this undisclosed location was?
Excellent.
They were?
Excellent.
Respectful,
human beings.
good?
Yes, the same way you see them on television, the same way they're in person.
Now, if we call you later, will you tell us who all the secret guests were?
Maybe.
Maybe, okay. Dave and Steve, it's fabulous to have you.
Oh,
Thank you for your
awesome.
time.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you very much for
Thank
being
you.
here. And thank you very much for delicious
You're
food.
welcome. I appreciate being
I was
here.
eating this before. It doesn't look really good, does it? And now I'm going to switch to something that's going to be much better.
Plus, he
Thank
brought
you.
a roast beef sandwich, too, which
I know.
looks
I see this
spectacular.
right here.
Good to see you, gentlemen.
So I'll
Good
see you
luck.
this week for dinner.
You may. I can't get a reservation. Do you know how I can get one?
Talk to Helen.
By the way, let me just say before you go, Helen is spectacular.
Thank
She's
you.
the front of your place.
Yes.
She's unbelievable.
She doesn't
connected
look
to
like
you?
me.
She's connected to you, though, right?
Yes, she is.
What is it? What's that connection?
She's my partner.
Exactly. Okay,
Yeah.
let's get that out right
Okay.
there. Dave, she's great. Say hi to Helen. Steve, say hi to somebody, okay?
I will.
I hope you will. Thank you. I
will.
appreciate it.
Thank you so
Great to
much.
see
Thank you.
both, gentlemen.
Awesome.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for coming
Thank
in.
you.
We have been speaking with Dave and Steve Welch. Dave is Chef Dave's in Chestnut Hill, and OG Gourmet in Harvard Square is Steve's. Thank you again for coming in, and thank you for this absolutely delicious food. This is the best beer I've ever had.
Yeah, they're the best. Everything's
The
great.
website for Dave's is chefdaves.com. That's easy to remember. OG Gourmets is oggourmet.com. I'm going to spell OG for you. It's OGGI, OG LuPoneGourmet.com. Okay, coming up, we are extremely excited. We're going to talk with Patti LuPone. She's been in a zillion Broadway shows. She's a big star. She's going to be zooming in, telling us about her big show coming up. Patti LuPone, we're very excited, is up next. You're listening to Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library and streaming on youtube.com/GBH. youtube.com/GBH News.
How great.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, could the arts and culture sector give new meaning to Taxachusetts? First, we have the film tax credit, which has turned the Bay State into an East Coast Hollywood. Now, with talk of a theater tax credit, could downtown Boston become the next Broadway? Plus, is time up for TikTok? We'll talk about its cultural influence and what'll happen to a diaspora of influencers if it's banned. That and more on our Arts and Culture Week in Review, today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for our programs comes from you and the Office of the Massachusetts State Treasurer. The Unclaimed Property Division is holding unclaimed funds from utility bills, uncashed paychecks, savings accounts, and more. To see if you have unclaimed money, you can visit findmassmoney.gov. And Mass General Cancer Center, dedicated to providing compassionate care and cancer specialists who are experienced in the cancer you have. When you hear the word cancer, their team is ready. Learn more at massgeneral.org/cancer.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. I am Jim Browdy. She is Marjorie Egan. We're live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Earlier in the show, we had 4 young, fabulous performers from the touring company of A Girl from the North Country. They performed here. They were brilliant. Now we're going to bring it to a whole other legend level. We're joined by the only woman on the planet who can call herself the original Broadway Evita. By the way, I saw Evita on Broadway with our next guest a long time ago. Not only was it unbelievably thrilling, Marjorie, I did not spend $500 for a ticket.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
a totally different time. 3-time Tony winner, 2-time Grammy winner. Patti LuPone is performing at the Boston Symphony Orchestra on April 2nd in concert with the Celebrity Series of Boston. Here's some sound of her performing I Wish It So at a show last weekend.
I've such grand dames with so many names that I grow numb, but sure one is bound to come, because I wish it so.
I am in full swoon. For information and to get tickets, go to celebrityseries.org. Patti LuPone, it's a thrill to have you. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much for taking the time to be with us. So let's start with the new show. Tell us about it. What are you doing? Oh, no. She's
you have
mute.
to turn. I think you're muted, Patti.
You're muted.
No, I'm not muted.
Oh,
You're
there
not
you go,
muted
there you go.
anymore.
Now I'm muted.
Hi,
Okay,
Patti.
now you're all set. We can hear you.
You're there. Great.
Can you hear me? Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's great to be with you both. Thank
Thanks.
you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thanks for the swoon.
It's true.
I do these concerts. It started actually in Evita all those years ago when someone came to me and said, you should do a cabaret act. And I went, yeah, after, on Saturday night after the show. And I thought, the show's tough enough already. But then I thought I wanted everybody to see what I look like. Brown hair, not, a blonde fascist tap dancer. And so I started doing them. And a lot of us on Broadway will augment our salaries when we are out of work in concert work. And so this is, this is like 6 shows later. They're 2 acts. They're usually performed in performing arts centers or concert halls. And this show now is not about Broadway, which my last show was about. It's about the music that impacted me growing up in America. And I'm a child of the 50s and 60s. So I actually grew up with rock and roll. Not that I'm singing rock and roll, but it's the music that, and I'm sure we've all had the same experience, where you hear a song now and you remember exactly where you were, who you were with, how old you were, and how the song impacted you.
Yeah.
Those are the songs I'm singing.
But I'm looking at the Zoom screen and I'm saying, my God, that's Patti LuPone. And it is. We're talking to Patti LuPone. Patti, I was watching an interview you did a couple of months ago with some I don't mean disparagingly, some Canadian broadcaster. My apologies. I just don't remember his name. But the thing that stuck out, when I was a kid, I was a busboy at Grossinger's and probably made the most money I made till I was 50 years old. And when I heard you say, this woman, maybe one of the biggest Broadway stars, not maybe in history, you performed at Grossinger's? What was that like? What was that like?
Oh my God! Well, there's a famous story behind that.
Well, let's hear it.
Shows. Well, so I was singing in I don't know, their room, whatever their room was in Grossinger's. And this woman in the front row started waving her arms frantically. So I stopped singing, I stopped the band, and she went, "Too loud, Patty, too loud."
And who was it? Do we know? It wasn't Jenny.
I was so taken aback that I said to the crowd, "Is it too loud?" They said no, and I said, "Sorry, lady, you lose," and went on with the show. But the other thing about Grossinger's, which freaked me out, I thought it was sold out, because if you look at the sides of the walls in that room, there are tables and people painted on the walls. So I thought, oh, I'm sold out. And when the lights came up, I went, oh no, that's a painting on the wall.
You know,
crazy place.
Patty LuPone, you mentioned that you're going to be singing the songs that it impacted you, that were the things that impact when you were a kid, 50s and 60s. Like what?
Well, we do sort of a rock version of, I'm sorry, just slipped my mind. We Kiss in a Shadow, Teenage. You know, I also talk about what was going on in America at the time that music was being written, and the music generally reflects what is going on socially and politically. And when I was growing up, there were a lot of songs about teen tragedy. And so I asked a friend, I went, what was going on? That there were, Leader of the Pack,
That's
Teenage
right.
Girl,
That's
Patsy.
right.
What's this? And somebody said the atomic bomb.
Oh my gosh. And
we were paranoid. We were so afraid. Tell me about why save your virginity? We're all going to die anyway.
Yeah, that was the hide under your desk generation, right?
Or do what she's talking about.
Hide under your desk.
Yes.
Exactly right. Hide under your desk.
Exactly.
By the way, hide under your desk and invite a boy to join you, apparently, is what Patty LuPone is saying here. So Patty LuPone is going to be in Boston on April 2nd at Boston Symphony Hall, one of the great venues, I would say, in the world. A Life in Notes. Again, that's April 2nd, and we'll tell you how to get tickets in a couple of minutes. Can we stay with your history for a second? In that same interview with a guy whose name I don't know, you talked about something we talk about a lot, about how the importance of not just reading, writing, and arithmetic in schools. And you talked about how rich and important music education was when you were a kid, and it's considered a luxury, unfortunately, now. What impact, what effect did that have on the grown-up Patty LuPone?
Well, I knew what I was going to do at a very early age, so I was simply supported in the school district, in the Northport School District. We started to learn how to read music because we were told to choose an instrument, and then we started music education in the 3rd grade at 8 years old. And that followed all the way through high school. But for other kids that weren't necessarily going to go on the stage, it turned out that the people that were in the music department were generally the smartest kids in the school, the mathematicians, because of the counting. And there is a certain, we don't say culture and art enough in this country. And it's essential. I consider myself an essential worker because of the need for storytelling, music, dance, so I think that what comes with the study of music is discipline, and it enriches our souls. It develops a different side of ourselves, and it is a crime that this has been taken away from the kids in schools. I have to tell you very briefly, I sang with the Young People's Chorus in New York City that are going to be singing with me at Carnegie Hall. And these kids blew my mind. I mean, it was extremely moving. They are from all over, the 5 boroughs of New York City, and they are in this chorus. And they were doing incredibly complicated music, and they were elementary school kids, junior high school kids, high school kids. And I said to one of the kids about to go on stage, I said, "Do you read music?" He said, "Yes." And I went, oh my God, they're teaching these kids to read music. It's another tool in the toolbox. It's a right. It's our right. I could cry.
Can we stay on the essential worker thing for a second? I've said this a number of times on the show. This has been a pretty tough decade, I think, for people. And when we have people who actually work in the same place you're going to be on April 2nd, the music director, Andres Nelsons, or Keith Lockhart from the Boston Pops, they always talk about how important music is at all times, essential worker thing, Patti LuPone, but how its importance accentuates in difficult times. Its importance for people who are experiencing a traumatic world increases. Do you subscribe to that notion?
Absolutely. 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 I mean, I'm thinking about the Pachelbel canon. I'm thinking about and the Adagio for strings, and I'm thinking about there's a Mahler Adagio, and I can't remember the name of the symphony, and how it can level me, how it can take me out of a situation that might be upsetting, how it's soothing, how we really don't understand the impact. I say music is the gift and the power to crystallize a moment in time when I'm on stage, and it's true. We will remember what we listened to, and I'm sure we listened to a lot of music during lockdown. We will remember when we recall that moment, what music kept us sane.
We were talking before, Jim mentioned, with some of the stars from the Girl from the North Country, where they're putting together Bob Dylan's songs to a play. And every time I go see something on Broadway, and I've had a chance, like Jim, to see a lot of shows, although they've gotten very expensive. But anyway, I'm struck by how people like you can do everything. You could act, you can sing. These people were dancing and singing, and it's an incredible skill. And it seems to me it's so much more. Basically, you're much more talented than people who just get 17 times to get the scene right in a movie, and you have to do it all at once. You can't make any mistakes and all that kind of thing. But there's a disparity in. I don't think you have like huge Broadway stars anymore like you have huge movie stars. So what's that about, do you think?
I don't know, but I'll tell you what I think.
What?
I think I would not succeed in today's show business because of the talent out there. It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary to see the level of discipline, the level of talent, the level of training, the level of command on a stage. It's pretty amazing. But I do think it's way too expensive to go to the theater. It's an elite sport, not a popular sport, and it should be. I went and saw Back to the Future because I'm a Tony voter, and I was kind of, I didn't really want to go because I didn't really want to see a musical based on a movie, but I really enjoyed it. And what I really enjoyed was seeing the kids in the theater.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, well, if a kid is enraptured by what they are seeing, the magic that they're seeing on the stage, that's another generation that will go to the theater, that will support the theater. I think films and TV reach a much broader audience. Everybody can't come to New York City to see a play, or they don't go to their regional theaters to see, what's ever moving, what's ever on tour. It's a much broader audience to see television and film, and there's more money.
Yeah.
There's money for advertising and for supporting, the films that, look at this $100 million movies, $200 million movies. We're getting up there in musicals, unfortunately. But it's a bigger audience.
Well, but as the guy from The Last Repair Shop said the other night when he accepted his Academy Award for Best Short Documentary, and it's brilliant, he said maybe instead of a $200 movie, we should do $10, $20 $1 million movies. I love that.
Exactly right.
Patti LuPone, we only have a couple of minutes. One of the other, I promised last time I'm going to quote from another interview. I'm almost embarrassed. The interview, I don't know if you've seen it, but the interview you did, in addition to playing the whole 33 minutes, before it starts, they have one excerpt from you from the interview, and the excerpt is Patti LuPone looking at the camera and saying, "Citizens of America are dumb as blank." She's nodding in agreement if you're only listening on the radio. What were you talking about?
I just think that whoever decided to dumb down the American public have done a brilliant job. I mean, we're stupid as shit. I really think so. I mean, look at what's going on. Look at what's going on.
Yeah.
I just never imagined I would be at my age in this environment in America, which should be the most progressive, forward-thinking country and the most inclusive country because it's made up of the world. And to think that we are going backwards, and there are people that are just the regular people in our population that support it or the people that, support Donald Trump, who doesn't give a flying you-know-what about them. It blows my mind. I don't know where we are in this country, but it is scary as hell.
I want you to know we were happy to have you here in advance. We're doubly happy to have you here now.
I think it's because there's no more music in the schools. You know, you can't get your little free clarinet to learn how to...
By the way, that's a huge thing.
Yeah, to play music and hear music and learn to memorize music and learn to read it. You know, that's a big thing.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we're not being tested anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People, like, for instance, I'll just say this. People go to the theater now, and that's another reason I'm talking about the dumbing down. They go to what they, quote unquote, know.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily willing to be challenged by seeing Kimberly Akimbo or by seeing, Prayer for the French Republic or A Strange Loop or, One More Time. They don't want to be challenged, and that is a very big problem. I mean, theater is supposed to educate. It's supposed to educate, and it's supposed to reflect what is happening in society, in the population today. And people don't want that information anymore.
So I hope everybody joins us.
Crowd at Symphony
Well, we're
Hall
going to be there
on April 2nd. Absolutely.
It's a shame she doesn't have opinions, though, but she can sing, so there's some value in going to see her.
Hey,
Patty, it's
thank
great
you.
to meet you.
Thank
We can't
you so
wait to
much
see you
for being with
perform.
us.
Thanks so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We have been speaking to famed singer, I'm Marjorie Egan.
And stick around, a live broadcast right here of the Culture Show at the BPL. Have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy the Culture Show. We'll see you on Monday.
Bye.
The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you and Fred Hutch Cancer Center, whose discovery of bone marrow transplants has saved over 1 million lives worldwide. You can learn how this and other breakthroughs impact the world at fredhutch.org/lookbeyond. Usually, new drama in your life is the last thing you'd want, but Sunday nights on GBH, that's another story. Catch the season premieres of Call the Midwife at 8, Nolly at 9, and Alice and Jack at 10, Sunday on GBH2.
GBH thanks our sustaining members, listeners in our community who make easy, recurring contributions of just $10 or $15 a month to support this station. The impact of these gifts can be heard every day on GBH, with in-depth local stories and engaging conversations about what's happening here in Boston and beyond. To learn more about how you can become a sustaining member, visit gbh.org/sustainer.
Trusted, local, news. You're listening to 89.7 WGBH, HD1 Boston, online at gbhnews.org. GBH News with NPR. What matters to you?
This is The Culture Show, broadcasting live from the GBH studio at the Boston Public Library. I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up, it's our Arts and Culture Week in Review. First up, could Governor Healy be giving new meaning to Taxachusetts? By proposing a live theater tax credit, the Bay State could become a breeding ground for Broadway. From there, can you really turn the clock back on TikTok? Even if the U.S. government bans the social media platform, we'll look at how TikTok has been the ultimate influencer, changing the way people, and sometimes their pets, get famous, get our news, make money, and make up our faces, upending the entertainment industry along the way. Then, after artist Françoise Guillot walked out on Picasso, he told her she would be nothing without him. Au contraire, now she's receiving her own dedicated space in his Paris museum. That and more next on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Nora Rahm. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has approved plans for a military operation in Rafah in the Gaza Strip, where more than 1 million Palestinians are sheltering. But U.S. officials say they haven't seen a clear plan to protect civilians, as NPR's Michelle Kellerman reports.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken has been warning Israel not to carry out a military operation against Hamas militants in Rafah without a humanitarian plan.
We have to see a clear and implementable plan.
Said that Schumer was expressing the concerns of many Americans. Cleanup is underway in the central U.S. after major storms overnight, including possible tornadoes. Officials in Ohio say 3 people died in the Indian Lake.
Have been working overnight trying to clear rubble from roads for the rescue effort.
We want to be able to get emergency crews into the scene so they can do their job. So our job is to help clear the way so that that's possible.
Bruning says the major state roads are fairly clear now, but there's still debris on some of the local roads. Electricity is out in some parts as well. People who live outside Indian Lake are being urged to stay away from the area to allow emergency crews to do their work. For NPR News, I'm Joe Ingles in Columbus, Ohio.
This is NPR News in Washington.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. People wearing green hats and waving Irish flags won't be the only visitors in Boston this weekend. There'll be hundreds of sailors in town as well. The USS Truxtun, a guided missile destroyer, is docked at the Blackfelt Terminal. Lieutenant Megan Brooks is operations officer aboard the ship and is inviting the public to take a free tour anytime between 9 a.m. and 2 today, which is just ending now, or tomorrow and Sunday as well. Brooks, who grew up in Pepperell, says she hopes visitors will be impressed.
Our crew is a very proud crew, and we are a very proud warship. You'll see that with the amount of effort we put into our ship, our appearance, taking care of our gear, training, and getting the job done.
Brooks says some of the sailors will march in Sunday's St. Patrick's Day Parade in South Boston. I'm sure you'll see them filtered out through Southie as well. An Aldi grocery store is on its way to the one-time home of a Christmas tree shop at Falmouth Plaza. According to the Cape Cod Times, Aldi signed a 10-year lease on the space and hopes to open by this coming summer. The Wall Street Journal calls Aldi one of the fastest-growing grocers in the country, adding about 100 stores per year in the last decade. In sports, exhibition baseball, Red Sox and Twins are going at it to Fenway South today. Game starts at 6:05 tonight. Mostly cloudy, then some showers, high in the 50s today, cloudy upper 30s overnight, mostly cloudy mid-50s tomorrow. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Progressive Insurance, home of the Name Your Price tool, so drivers can see coverage options at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE. Price and coverage match limited by state law. And the listeners who support this NPR station.
Funding for our programs comes from you. And Boston Ballet, presenting Cinderella. New to Boston audiences, this dreamlike production features spectacular dancing and newly restored costumes and sets. On stage now through March 24th. Tickets at bostonballet.org. And Mass General Brigham Health Plan. Innovative plans, coverage, and a broad network of doctors. Mass General Brigham Health Plan. With you every day. For more information, you can visit massgeneralbrighamhealthplan.org.
Welcome to the Culture Show, live at the Boston Public Library. I'm Jared Bowen.
I'm Callie Crossley.
And I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. It's time for our Arts and Culture Week in Review. Here's what it sounded like.
I come to this job now as your governor, wanting to do as much as we can. Let's find ways to support live theater throughout Massachusetts. Many of these are small businesses, right? But this special targeted tax credit for those doing live theater.
Over in Berkshire County today marks 1 week since workers at a popular art museum in northern Berkshire County went on strike. A representative for unionized employees at Mass MoCA says management is unwilling to listen to their demands.
TikTok's future in the U.S. is now in the hands of the Senate. A bill that would require the platform to separate from its China-based owners or face a possible ban passed the House yesterday.
When I met Picasso when I was 21, I can say that without any special modesty because it's the truth. I was considered like one of the great hopes of my generation as a painter already.
Well, as you just heard, Governor Maura Healey could be getting a standing ovation for piloting a tax credit benefiting live theater. Striking workers at Mass MoCA want management to put the mass in a wage increase. And remember life before TikTok, when all we had were thought leaders? If the social media platform is banned, where will all the displaced influencers go? From there, just in time for Women's History Month, Picasso tried to destroy the career of his ex, Françoise Guillot. Now she's receiving her own long-term exhibition in his museum. And Neil Young is rocking in the streaming world, ending his 2-year boycott with a return to Spotify. Well, that is music from Moulin Rouge, the musical, which had its pre-Broadway tryout right down the street from us at the Emerson Colonial Theater a few years ago. It went on to win the Tony for Best Musical and became a hit blockbuster show. Now Governor Maura Healey is proposing a live theater tax credit that could further solidify Massachusetts as a breeding ground for Broadway. This is exciting news. We talked somewhat about the governor's economic development plan last week, and it continues with, as the theater community is wrapping their heads around something that has been in the works many times. Callie, I know you and I have especially covered the film tax credit. We know the many iterations before it can come to fruition. But this is somewhat similar to the film tax credit, and it would offer tax incentives to theaters who are organizing productions $100,000 or more for shows that would be destined for Broadway, off-Broadway, or national tours. They can also be for regional theater productions. And the distinction here is if a show launches in our region, then they're sitting down for months on end, maybe up to 3 months. That involves carpenters and set designers and actors. It means that audiences are coming to see a show for weeks on end. Typically, a show is here for maybe about a month. We could see a long run, just like we saw with Plaza Suite and Moulin Rouge, and over at the American Repertory Theater, Jagged Little Pills, shows that are here for a while. So the governor is recognizing, as others have, that this is an economic engine.
Yes, yes, yes.
I just am so excited about this. You know, finally, we've been talking about the film tax credit, and to all the naysayers who said it would never work, I say, ha ha, you were wrong. So we're going to be right again about this theater credit. We're talking $5 million, productions costing at least $100,000. You could get 50 productions in here with this tax credit. People don't really understand how significant it is. You may remember some people here at the library when we used to get all those Broadway shows here before they went to Broadway, and we haven't seen them. Why? Because Rhode Island has a tax credit, so people go there. New York has a tax credit, so they go there. So about time, let's hurry it up, let's get busy and make it happen.
Yeah, and also all you got to do is gaze your eyes south to Rhode Island to see that this is something that works, right? Rhode Island's been doing this for a number of years now. I think it stretches all the way back to 2011 that they've been able to make funds available for this kind of, in this way, for theater productions. And you talk to, business leaders there, you talk to politicians there, you talk to people in the theater and arts community there, and they all give it a thumbs up. They say it has worked. It has brought a ton of shows to Rhode Island that have then gone on and went to Broadway or done their national productions, but also restaurants love it. And as we know, like the theater is an engine and it's an ecosystem, right? So, hotels like when theater is here because people come to see the theater. Restaurants and bars like it when there's a theater because people are out in the streets and they've got something to do before or after the show. And that's what we've seen in Rhode Island. Everybody likes it. Let's get it going.
And to keep expectations measured, this is not the first time that this has happened. I did speak with Governor Maura Healey on Open Studio about this in 2023. So here she is talking about her then proposal. Again, it's similar to this year's.
We also propose some tax credits, relief for those who were engaged in movie production in the state, and also pre-Broadway, post-Broadway production. The idea will be provide some live theater tax credits to both attract more people and talent to Massachusetts and help those who are in the business. Again, this is an industry, a space so hard hit during the pandemic. So my view was, let's find ways to support live theater throughout Massachusetts.
And I'll just quickly say, you both mentioned New York, Rhode Island, Louisiana, also Maryland. They've had this tax credit now only for less than 2 years. They're sending The Wiz to Broadway, a hugely anticipated show. They created the show Anne Juliet on Broadway, and there was another major production that they've launched, and this is something they've all been able to do in just under 2 years. So it looks like it could be an economic boon if it passes, but we will continue to follow this up on Beacon Hill.
All right.
But moving on now to Western Massachusetts, there's big news out at Mass MoCA, where there is a strike underway because if you've looked at the museum landscape in this country, a number of museums have unionized, a huge number actually have unionized over the last few years, including the MFA here in Boston and Mass MoCA, and they want more increased wages because, as we've talked about, the pandemic has hit industry hard, including museums. Staffing is down, and wages are not keeping up. So what do we find out there, Edgar?
I mean, it's a difficult situation, I think, really. I mean, as we all know, everybody here is experiencing, a rising cost of living. And as you just said, Jared, it's a difficult economic landscape right now for a lot of institutions, museums, arts organizations, any organization that, is relying on people coming in, especially in mass. Like those numbers have not come back to the level that they came back, that they were before the pandemic. So difficult situation, but this is America. They're arguing it out. They're negotiating it out, and hopefully they'll come to a resolution. Reporting out of Western Mass today says it looks like the union and management are going to go back to the bargaining table on Saturday. So we'll see where it goes from there. And
that's good news because they have not been speaking. It's just been protesting outside the museum, and the museum folks have been saying, that's it, we've said all we're going to say. So that's good news. I just want to point out that it's $1 difference in their proposals, which would say a couple of things. From the outside, it looks like it's $1 difference. Why can't you close the gap?
And you're talking about the hourly wage because they want $18.25 an hour.
Right, exactly. But to your original point, if you've been hit so hard during the pandemic, if you add that up, that comes to, as I say, real money, and so this is of concern. It feels like it's something that they could attend to right away, but I don't know. But that really just speaks to some of the hardships some of the museums have been undergoing.
Well, one of the interesting things, too, and it stems off of the theater credit that we were just talking about and how a whole community comes together. And here, the striking employees have implored museum patrons, to still go to the museum because they themselves have had support from restaurants who are in the area because look at, for instance, the documentary Museum Town, which talks about how that museum went there and this whole industry rose out of it. Now you have chic hotels, you have great restaurants. It's a tourist destination beyond the Berkshires in North Adams, Massachusetts. So again, this is a community all coming together to have this happen. Well, we have more news from the University of New Hampshire as we stay and bounce around New England here. We just talked about the University of New Hampshire a couple of weeks ago because they made the decision, I think many of us decided, an unfortunate decision to close their museum. Now, for some of the same issues, although not completely the same, but budget is a factor here, they have decided to end their English journalism program and revamp it.
Well, as I looked more deeply into this, they're trying to move to an era that everyone's going to. So what they had before is a very well-respected journalism department, mostly focusing on newspapers. By the way, they've had Pulitzer Prize winners come out of this program. So we're talking about a very serious program that's respected across the country. But what they've discovered is that digital is leading, and they were nowhere teaching the students how to enter into that part of the business. And so we're doing journalism, but we're doing it with a digital first perspective across the country. And you gotta, if people are gonna go into this field, you gotta know it. On top of that, this is the part of the business that's changing a lot. So we're coming up with different platforms that are digitally related, as well as some of the new formats that students have to know if they're going to compete. Here's one thing. They have a very strong writing department. That can't change. I'll just say right here, for all the students that think it's all about just push a button, you have to know how to write.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, this is something that is happening. We are in the midst of a communications revolution, that is probably unlike anything, at least since the Gutenberg press, right? And so, yeah, we have to look at our students, train them differently. I look at the situation here. I mean, the fact of the matter is, they talk about this. Enrollment in that program has been steadily dwindling, and it looks like that was starting before the pandemic, so it's not just a pandemic thing. So yeah, you have to relook at your program. You've got to say, like, what is it that we want to look like in the future to be able to actually train journalists to go out into the world that we're in to do the job that we need them to do. The devil, as it always is going to be in the details here. One of the things that concerns me when I look at this is the fact that they have said, all right, we're shutting down this program, and we hope by the 2025-2026 academic year to have a newly constructed major that's going to be bringing in, other departments that are doing stuff. So I look at that and I just wonder, like, why couldn't you is the cart being put before the horse? And somebody's got to hold their feet to the fire and say, like, let's continue down this path and get that new major launched.
We know how short the public memory is. So if you don't launch your new academic season for an entire year, then the public is very quick, or the student constituency is very quick to forget that there was a program like this. Because I'm a little suspect based on their decision in January to close the art museum, not recognizing the value that an art museum has on campus, that they put the A in STEAM, that yes, the arts do matter, culture does matter when it comes to the other realm of education. The other question I think that needs to be asked is, was this properly, as one person put it, properly nourished from the top? Have you set this expectation that you don't necessarily need a journalism program? Yes, and we'll be talking about this a little bit later in the show when we get to the TikTok portion of our week in review. But yes, journalism is changing. That's not to say that it's going away the way that we have always known it with newspapers and the printed word and reporting, but I am concerned about this reliance on these little digital shorts as our mechanism for telling in-depth stories. We also say this in a week where we just saw our colleagues at Frontline win the Oscar for documentary reporting for Frontline, for Ukraine.
Well, I think it's a couple things. In the scheme of things, across academia, UNH may be late to doing this because a lot of other places have looked at the interdisciplinary approach to this and said, we have to get on the program and we can do it if we have otherwise. Things move slowly in academia, so it seems like for us forever that it would take a year for you to do this, but that does not seem unusual to me. That may be unusual and too bad for them in a time where we're talking about the industry changing rapidly, and so you have to keep up. So there is that. The other piece of it is podcasts can be very journalistic, or they cannot be. They can just be, let's talk about, my
all
breakfast
of these
this
things
morning.
are just they're just mediums, right?
Exactly.
Like a TikTok or Instagram or a podcast or a broadcast. They are all just a delivery system, right? But the principles of storytelling are the principles of storytelling. And sure, they might be different from platform to platform, but if what you're doing is training journalists, to your point, Jared, there is some core there that remains the same. Information gathering, how to check your sources, how to construct a story that makes sense. And it doesn't matter how long it is, does it make sense from A to Z? So these things are the things that need to continue to be nourished.
And I think that's what they're trying to do. They just may have been slow to the button.
As we know, digital is not slow, and we're about to talk a little bit more about that because coming up, the clock is ticking for TikTok. If the Senate votes to ban it, how could that change the economy, entertainment, and a way of life? That's next on The Culture Show, broadcasting live from our studio here at the Boston Public Library.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
The violent crisis in Haiti is hitting home for Boston's sizable Haitian community. I'm Adam Riley. This week on Talking Politics, we talk with Representative Ayanna Pressley about the impacts of that conflict and how the U.S. should respond. Plus, President Biden's post-primary charm offensive in New Hampshire, and a look at the state of transparency on Beacon Hill. Join me for Talking Politics tonight at 7 on GBH2.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you. And Comcast Business, committed to keeping businesses up and running with Comcast Business Internet. with internet speeds up to 10 gigs available. Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Sponsoring GBH 89.7 can benefit your business and helps keep the local news that matters to you on the air. To learn more about multi-platform packages, visit gbh.org/sponsorship.
A new documentary paints a complex portrait of the late Mexican artist Frida Kahlo, not through historians, but her own handwritten letters and diaries.
Instead of having that historical distance, I really wanted to give that gift to viewers of just hearing from her own words.
I'm Mary Louise Kelly, a fresh take on Frida Kahlo's life on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Welcome back to The Culture Show, broadcasting live from the GBH studio at the Boston Public Library. I'm Jared Bowen, here with co-hosts Callie Crossley and Edgar B. Herwig III. If you're just tuning in, it's our Arts and Culture Week in Review. This week, TikTok has changed the way people, and in some cases, their pets, get famous, the way businesses make money, the way people consume their news, as we were just talking about. It's reshaped, essentially, American culture. So what would change if the Senate votes to ban it? This is fascinating to watch. There are a lot of upset people. This affects culture, this affects economy, this affects people's human interest and their existential being, because we have an entire generation now that has grown up on TikTok and relies heavily on it, spends hours in it, shares their life on it, consumes and learns about other life on it, and it could all go away.
I think it's a generational gap to begin with. So
just the use of TikTok,
just
you mean?
The use of TikTok, and we're talking about the users versus the congresspersons who did the vote. I think there's a huge gap in their understanding of how deeply embedded it is in our culture at this point, and also how deeply embedded it is in our economic landscape, because a lot of people make their whole livelihood off the use of that technology. Now, having said that, is it a security risk? Probably. I don't say that lightly.
Yeah.
And I'm not smart enough to know, the cybersecurity experts, if offloading it, because that's the goal of this bill, is not, we're calling it a ban, but really what they want is to get an American company to buy ByteDance, which is the company that makes TikTok. Does that solve it? I don't know. That doesn't seem like it solved it to me.
Well, and also, I mean, frankly, if you follow the logic of that, you ask yourself, okay, let's say you want an American company to buy this. Well, what American company is going to have enough money to buy it and want to buy it that is not going to step into antitrust issues by buying this company, right?
Well, there is an effort by the former Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin to put together a bunch of investors so that they can start their own company. I think mindful of that there is no interest in having another big social media monopoly company.
But I think, to your point, Callie, the security risk thing, you have to take it into account. But the overall thing, can you ban something that is this big, that is this influential? And is it a mistake to even try to? I would argue it probably is.
Well, I think if the economists start to look at this, there are 170 million monthly users. That's still dwarfed by Facebook and others that have billions of users. There are 7 million small businesses that have sprung up from this. And I think the quick response is these are the people who are selling themselves essentially on TikTok, or they want to be influencers. But it's so much more than that. There are people who've had great small businesses, whether they're bookstores or upcoming fashion designers, any manner of things of creation, that this has become a mechanism for sharing what they have out in the world, and it's created legitimate businesses. And to pull that back at this stage of the game, we've also seen artists like Lil Nas and Doja Cat who sprung up out of this. So it affects all cultures.
Chance the Rapper.
We
seems
also
difficult
have
to
people
put back in the
at
bottle.
GBH who are focused largely on some of our short content video stuff that we produce, right? So GBH is on TikTok trying to find a way to share journalism, share storytelling in a format where people are using it. I think about the dance world. Just again, it's not necessarily just the moneymaker thing. It's how many of these dances have been spread and shared through TikTok.
Texas Hold'em.
And exactly. And how many other organizations who are not necessarily making money or a business on TikTok are using TikTok to spread their message about what else is going on.
So let me add something else, because you all are talking about the official numbers. So I'm a lurker. So people send me a lot of TikTok video.
Yeah.
I do not subscribe.
Yep.
And I have bought many things from some of the influencers on TikTok. Says there's no counting me. And there's tens of millions of me out there, I would argue.
Yeah.
So we really don't have an official number or understanding of how deeply it is embedded at this point.
Well, the other component of this is the other space that it creates for people who don't have safety or conviction and confidence in their own community. The LGBTQ plus community has found a lot of safety and comfort and connection on YouTube. The same for the disability community. Those are two groups who have spoken up already and said that it would be very detrimental to them if this were to go away, because especially as we have talked about book bans in this country, we know the level of hate rising, the level of racism rising, anti-LGBTQ plus sentiment rising. And if you're in a community where you can't find like-minded people, then this is your means of communication until you can make your way through the world and find that. So there are just so many elements to this, but the president has said that he would sign this if it gets to his bill. And I am going back to the security issue. For this Boston Speakers series, I interviewed John Brennan, the former CIA director, I think it was last year, and he said there is every reason to be concerned. However, there are others who say that no matter where you are, there's a third-party information that can be bought. So it's hard to parse all of this.
Yeah, it really is.
Well, moving on now, this is fascinating. This may be my most interesting story of the week, I think. And this is the story of Françoise Guillot. And she was partners with Picasso for about 10 years, an extraordinary artist in her own right. We now know so much about Picasso, and despite being obviously a brilliant artist, he was a pretty terrible human being, a near monstrous partner for the way he treated women, and as an epic misogynist. And so she made the decision after 10 years to leave him, to take her 2 children with her, and he vowed to basically end her career. And as an artist, she was so much, her life was so entwined with her career, he tried to have her biography squashed. However, all these many years later, and she only just died a couple of years ago at age 101, we see the Picasso Museum, his own museum in Paris, is turning over a space in that museum for a long-term exhibition of her work, not in adjacency to Picasso, but yes, that she was an extraordinary artist in her own right.
So let me speculate with no facts.
Excellent. This is my favorite version of Callie Crossley.
I say he was just so jealous and was ripping her off probably in the work that she was doing, because this is the guy, let's not forget, who ripped off many African artists claiming to have discovered Cubism. Let's stop Picasso, not so fast. So this is my feeling, is that was the reason that he burned all the letters in her books, to make sure nobody could figure out, the trajectory of her career and how she became the artist that she was. So it's amazing to me. By the way, the 40-year difference in their ages.
She was 21, he was 61.
So for her to be able to come back now, to have some other people realize, no, he may have had his thumb on her, but she really had a whole other life and artistic life without him. So that's where I'm
Well, Edgar, before you weigh in, let's hear a little bit from Françoise Guillot, who discussed her oft-questioned relationships with her famous partners, Pablo Picasso, and then Jonas Salk, who helped develop the polio vaccine. She had this conversation with, of all people, Charlie Rose in 1998.
People always ask very bizarre questions like, why did Picasso like you, or why did Jonas Salk like you? So I said, well, usually, I said lions do not mate with mice. They prefer an animal of their own kind.
Someone who has the same instincts, the same combative spirit, the same powers.
Power, yes.
Power.
It's all about power.
Relationships are about power.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah, I mean, fascinating. I love that. I love that quote from her. I mean, she deserves a room somewhere just for that quote, lions mate with lions, they don't mate with mice. I mean, one thing I find, I keep going back and forth in my head about this, about whether it's sort of like poetic justice and a triumph that she ends up with a room in the Picasso Museum of her work, or if it's still a little like, why do we have to see her? It's still kind of on his terms. It's still on the terms of the people who are looking out for his legacy. It's still in Picasso's museum. And also, it's like, we're going to give her her own room because she deserves it, and it's going to be there, I think they've said, for about at least a year. But it's not necessarily permanent. I don't know. I keep going back and forth in my head about that.
I have thought the same thing all week long too, Edgar. And I think the sad fact is we are still in a society where there wouldn't be enough education and awareness of who she is.
That's
that if you were to put her in her own museum or a separate museum in Paris that may not be built around Picasso, people wouldn't necessarily know. So I guess, as we started talking about this earlier in the week, and here we arrive on Friday, I've kind of arrived at, it takes steps to get here.
Yeah.
And there needs to be an increasing awareness of these artists who were extraordinary artists in their own right. And in this case, there's no denying that Picasso was, but she was too. And we've seen so many women who were swiped essentially by their husbands. There's Lee Krasner and Jackson Pollock. I think more and more people know who Lee Krasner is. Josephine Nivison, otherwise known as Josephine Hopper. And as the exhibition at the Cape Ann Museum last summer illustrated for us, Edward Hopper really wouldn't be Edward Hopper were it not for his wife, the one who was championing of him, the one who was getting him to explore other methods of painting and explore other scenery and kind of finally crack open and be his true self. Ani Albers and Joseph Albers, he did always support her. But these are women who are not talked about. Gwen Knight, Jacob Lawrence's wife, who...
Well, he supported her, though, in her dance.
He did support her, but society has not. Museums haven't proclaimed her in the same way. So even in 2024, we're still inching forward to give these women their due.
But I like the idea for this moment in time. I take your points, that you're in the Picasso Museum. We've all been there. And so you go to the gallery that's focused on her art. Then you go down the hall and look at his stuff. Then you go back down the hall and look at her stuff, and you can put it together. That's what I like about it.
Yeah.
The evidence is on the wall.
I mean, it's also, she lived to be 101. And I get, Picasso is such an enormous figure. There's so much, that the gravitational field around him is so enormous. But she spent 10 years with him. That is just a small portion of her life. And that it continues to kind of dominate the story to a certain extent. And I get it. He's an enormous, huge figure. But I don't know how I would feel about that if at the end of my life, some 10-year period, some small period was that big a part of my legacy.
Well, let me bring it down to you in ways that you can understand today. This is like asking Kelly Rowland yet again about Beyonce. She has her own career, people.
Yeah.
Move on.
And this is the great thing about art, too, is that it will go on for a long time. So we will see her come more and more into her own, I hope, and would expect. Well, speaking of things that are long overdue, the Smithsonian also this week, the Smithsonian American Art Museum announced this week the newly created position of Curator of African American Art. She is Delilah Scruggs, and she is the Augusta Savage Curator of African American Art, named after a fabulous sculptor and educator. That was the condition given by the person who gave the gift to create this position, that it be named after Savage. But this is long overdue in a collection that is very underrepresented in terms of Black and African American artists.
Also, this was one donor, just to point that out, and an anonymous donor. I'd love to know who that was. Augusta Savage was most famously connected to the Harlem Renaissance. Will be featured her work in the Harlem Renaissance show at the Met that's going to be going on until July right now. Such an incredible sculptor and teacher. And so to have this work named after her is quite amazing. I had never seen an actual piece of her sculpture in person until I went to SCAD, the Savannah School of Art and Design, because in a wing that was where Dr. Walter and Linda Evans donated all these works, Black Dennis and his wife, he had 2 Augusta Savage pieces. So I was shocked because you only see them in pictures because they're hard to, they're very, they're almost priceless. And it's amazing. So just to have in the name of this fabulous artist and this woman who is Harvard trained, by the way, came from the Schomburg, it's wonderful.
Yeah, and I think, I love, that part of her remit, is not. It's not like she's just going to go there and put exhibitions on. They're tasking her with taking a look at the entire collection of what they already have, and saying, all right, what do we have? How do we want to present it? She's participating in a cross-department initiative, which has been ongoing at the Smithsonian American Voices and Visions, where they're basically looking at their permanent collection and saying, like, do we have this right? Do we have all of these disciplines, and points of view integrated in the way we want them? So she's going to be a part of that. And she's going to be in charge, as curators are, and we sometimes forget, of acquisitions.
Yes, that's the important
that's
part.
really important, too, to have somebody who's out there looking at what's out there in the marketplace and saying, what do we need to make this collection what we want it to be? So I think all of that is just really excellent news.
Well, and that's really significant because there are only 2,000 works by some 200 African American artists in the Smithsonian's collection, and thousands of works. That's about 5%. The great part of it is that they are huge artists, so they have collected the right people and the right artworks by those people. But especially as we look around at museums and see the huge gaps in their history, and when they weren't collecting people of color, when they weren't collecting women, she can do a major course correction here. And I think the fact that this funding came in for her, there is an interest in changing that narrative, and hopefully it will generate excitement about gift giving, because that's the only way major museums can build collections at this point, because the art market has put so many things out of reach that it can change with a lot of enthusiasm.
Makes me think that I wonder if the anonymous donor is Swizz Beatz and Alicia Keys, because part of their collection now at the Brooklyn Museum, called Giants of African American Artists, just a little piece, which is an amazing piece, is that they want to make sure that these artists are elevated.
You think you have solved that? Well, you'll have to report back.
Yeah, report back to us,
Break
Callie.
it here on the Culture
Talk
Show.
to your sources.
All right, well, coming up, Neil Young was searching for a streaming platform with a heart of gold, but he couldn't find one. Why he ended his 2-year boycott with Spotify. That's next on the Culture Show, live from our GBH studio at the Boston Public Library.
This month, GBH News is celebrating the women who have shaped our world.
The world of beer has recently been dominated by men, but the earliest brewers were women, known as alewives. For hundreds of years, brewing was part of typical household duties, just like baking bread or childcare. Today, interest in beer making is growing as more and more women tap into the tradition.
Happy Women's History Month from GBH News 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you. And the Simmons Leadership Conference, Wednesday, April 3rd, in person and online. A day of inspiration, skill building, and networking. Featuring Trevor Noah, Gloria Steinem, and Padma Lakshmi. InclusiveLeadership.com. And New England Recovery Center, providing inpatient addiction treatment in state-of-the-art facilities located in Westboro, Mass. Learn more at newenglandrecoverycenter.org or by calling 1-877-MY-REHAB.
Has feminism gone too far? Many young men in Spain think so, and that's worrying women who have seen a rise in violent sexual crime. She says when we walk on the streets, we have to call family and friends to feel safe. The gender gap in Spain, next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Welcome back to the Culture Show, broadcasting live from our GBH studio at the Boston Public Library. By the way, if you join us in the next 20 minutes, I hear there's cake coming.
Uh-oh.
Cake from Flower Bakery and our friend Joanne Chang. If you're just tuning in, co-hosts Callie Crossley and Edgar B. Herwick III are here for our Arts and Culture Week in Review. After a 2-year boycott, Neil Young is bringing his music back to Spotify. He withdrew his catalog back in 2022, protesting podcasts such as The Joe Rogan Experience for spreading COVID misinformation. He did this along with others, including Joni Mitchell. I did a little search this morning. mostly everybody is back on Spotify. The one I couldn't find back on Spotify is Roxane Gay, who had pulled her podcast. But to remind people, it was mainly because of the misinformation that was being spewed out on Spotify and the fact that they weren't doing a correction for it. Joe Rogan ultimately had to answer for that to some degree, as did others, but it wasn't enough to appease people like Neil Young. However, I think he's looked at the economic realities of this and has also looked at the fact that what used to be exclusive to Spotify is now on Apple, now on Amazon, and so he signed back on. And as I say, some of the others, like Joni Mitchell, have also done it perhaps a little bit more quietly.
Interesting. I mean, his comment was that they've started Apple and Amazon, where he would have gone and not from out of Spotify, was started serving the same disinformation. And he said because of this, he has nowhere to go because there's very little streaming outlets to music lovers at all. Now, he does have an issue with Spotify. He claims that they have very low resolution in how they project the music, and you would know that.
Yeah, but I think that's an important piece of this, because he took this opportunity again. So, like, this has been Neil Young's hobby horse for a number of years now. And it's interesting. He tried to launch his own kind of, like, high-quality streaming music service that didn't really work out. But he's been pushing this again and again and again, and he's taken this opportunity in coming back on Spotify to give them another nudge and say, hey, you guys have talked about maybe offering like a high-res version of this. I actually really like that he's continuing to press this matter. I love the fact, I absolutely love the fact that I can go out to a place like Spotify and get music that when I was a kid and wanted to like learn about music, I couldn't get it. I was growing up in rural Pennsylvania. Whatever was at Record Town at the mall is all I could get my hands on. So I've never gotten over the fact that I can just search and hear stuff. But the quality is not great. Streaming music is not as good as it could be. And I like that he's pushing us, because the business, the art, it's an ecosystem, and we as listeners can also get better and learn to get better as we expect our artists to get better as musicians at listening. We can learn what to listen for, and the quality of the music that is on a lot of these streaming services is not as good as it could be. And so I like that he's pushing this.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's sad that he wanted to take a principled stand and could not. He's 78 years old. He wants people to listen to his work, and he wanted to make a comment, which he did make by taking himself off Spotify to begin. But, it kind of makes me feel a little sad, because he's got to eat too.
Well, it does, and we're having a little back-channel conversation with our producers who say that Joni Mitchell is not back on Spotify, although I did see some of her music this morning, but this creates some of the nuance. How much can you control? Because talk us through how some of her material can be on there even if she doesn't want to.
Yeah, I think it's a couple of live records, which she clearly does not have control over, right? This has happened in music, for a long time. I mean, it's famously one of, the most famous example
Taylor Swift?
Well, no, I was going to say the most famous example is when Michael Jackson outbid Paul McCartney for the Beatles catalog.
Right.
And, so like just because you made the music, and this is an issue for a lot of artists, doesn't mean you own the music, and therefore like you only have so much control over your own catalog.
Well, and look at we're correcting ourselves, or I'm correcting myself here in real time, but I had to go deep down the road with Roxane Gay to figure out but then I realized she was on appearances in podcasts, so it gives the outward appearance that she is still on. So it's very difficult to even take a stand. It's difficult for people to work their way through. Well, moving to South by Southwest, which just wraps up this weekend, there's a lot of protest for this festival this year. Kneecap, a band that we just had on the show yesterday, an Irish rap group who has taken many political stands. You'll see them in a film they have coming out in just a little bit that's built around their quick rise and also their political stands, decided not to participate in the festival. A lot of people taking a stand for a couple of reasons this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think, obviously ongoing issues in the Middle East, and who's sponsoring the festival is one of them. I think that's a big one. And I think another one is just the business nature of the South by Southwest Festival, right? And like the fact that artists are not, South by Southwest cast this huge shadow, and the value proposition is basically like, you come to us, you perform essentially for free, and you'll live on what you get from the exposure here. And it sounds like that, increasingly folks aren't into that anymore.
They're getting $150 payment for an individual and $350 for a group, or you just get a pass to the festival. But all other expenses you're paying for yourself, and it's not inexpensive to travel to Austin and find a hotel, especially for a huge festival.
Well, if anybody's ever looked at how much that pass costs, it's pretty expensive. But if you're there getting $150, you can hardly. Anyway, this is the big issue for a lot of these, the folks that walked out, there were about 80 of them, is that the Army, their focus was on our U.S. Army, with regard to
sponsorship.
The sponsorships.
Being quote-unquote super sponsor of
this
festival.
But they've been sponsors before. I think there is a timing here because of what's going on in the Middle East that push people out to the streets, literally. And then perhaps what the two of you were explaining in greater detail, on top of realizing, wait a minute, not only are we mad about this, then you're going to pay me $150. And I was one of the people that had no clue that they got so little money, because this is the place that you hear about all the new cutting edge, particularly indie bands that I thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also, there is a forever cycle in things like this, especially like festivals, for example, right? I mean, you can find, chatter from 2011, 12, 13, 14 with people already saying South by Southwest had jumped the shark, right? It started as a very organic thing.
That's a good point.
It was filmmakers and artists in a place that was, back when it started, still fairly cheap to live.
Right.
And it was like this organic thing. And it has grown into a behemoth.
That's
and
true.
It's sort of it's, by 1978 or 9, people were saying punk is dead, right? I mean, it's that same cycle of this was organic, people were in it for the right reasons, and then somebody says, look at all these people, we can sell them something. And it's, I don't know, that's just sort of one of those points in the cycle where I think people are going, wait a minute, what is this thing that we're doing? And does it still make sense?
Yeah. And to be a little bit more direct, some of the other protesters have pulled out because of the government sponsorship and because of government funding in terms of what has been provided to Israel. They're arguing for support for Palestine. So this has been a huge vacuum for the festival as groups tie one organization to the other. Quickly, we just want to touch on the NAACP Image Awards, which are underway and very fun to watch. And we see just off the heels of the Oscars, a film that wasn't even really recognized at the Oscars this year, but doing very well at the NAACP Image Awards.
Color Purple. Also, they've already had some virtual awards that included some musicians. So Usher won, Her, Victoria Monet. These are some people that wanted the Grammys as well. Megan Thee Stallion, and a group I don't know, Jogonic Bon Toms. Probably somebody's going to correct me on that. Sorry, I don't know who that is. But they won something. It's a great organization to amplify the work of African Americans, and it's turned into quite a glitzy affair. On Saturday is the big event, and Queen Latifah will be the host. So
and it'll be on CBS. I like how they sort of meter this out with online awards through the week. Also, a music award to Brandy Younger, who is a jazz, soul, and classical harpist. If people haven't seen her NPR Tiny Desk concert, definitely recommend that. It's really cool. Also, a local group, New Edition, will be inducted into NAACP Image Awards Hall of Fame. So we have a little bit extra for New Edition.
We have big representation, local representation on two fronts. There's New Edition, and then Amanda Gorman, Harvard student.
There you go.
Let's recall. I remember speaking with her when she was a Harvard student before, course, she blew everybody away at the inauguration. She's getting the Chairman's Award. So yes, I feel like we're well represented this year with the major awards.
Oh, that's great.
Well, that is our sign, the thunder and lightning, that it's time for our lightning round. Of course, these are the stories that caught our attention this week. Edgar, let's start with you, and what caught your attention?
Let's stay with music. Just this week, this is kind of hot. I think this broke yesterday. 90-year-old Willie Nelson has announced his 75th studio album will be coming out. It's called The Border. It comes out in May. I mean, first of all, I love Willie Nelson. 90 years old, the guy's still on tour. He's going to be in Massachusetts.
And on marijuana.
Hey, I mean, what are you going to do? But here's
this summer, that you started to say he's going to be here this summer.
He's going to be here this summer. He's still touring, which is amazing. And also, a couple things when I really think about Willie Nelson, when you think about his career that I love, one of my favorite two facts about Willie Nelson. One, not a lot of people, not enough people, I don't think, know that he wrote that song "Crazy." Patsy Cline, "Crazy."
Oh, he wrote that? I
He
never
wrote
knew
that song before and he wrote it in '61. So that's before the Beatles ever recorded anything. So that's how long he's been around. Also, one thing I love is he talks about this a lot. His favorite musician and who he cites as his major influence as a guitarist is Django Reinhardt. And I love the fact that this is one of those beautiful things about music. Until you hear him say it, you would never necessarily hear the influence unless you really kind of know that world. Once you do, compare the two, listen, and you hear this whole world inside of Willie Nelson's music that stretches all the way back to 1930s and jazz manouche. So, I mean, it's just fantastic stuff. So, Willie Nelson, everybody.
And he's so pleasant, too. I like
he
it.
is pleasant. I know. He's one of the few I feel like I haven't seen that I must see.
Yes.
So I have to get out there this summer. So, Callie, what's the headline that caught your attention this week?
Well, this is a local connection. Ernie Fields Jr., son of Ernie Fields Sr., was a big band leader.
We're listening to him right now, right?
Listening to Ernie Fields Jr. right now. He was a musical contractor for the American Idol show. He died recently, and they're going to do a tribute to him on Sunday because he was so well respected. Played every instrument, best known for playing the saxophone, played for all the greats, Aretha Franklin, you name them. But American Idol, a whole new generation of folks that he was able to tap into, and they just loved him. He's the older brother of local journalist and former GBHer Carmen Fields.
Love it.
And I listened to him play many, many times. His death was unexpected, but he was a great guy and a wonderful musician.
Oh, how amazing that they're rushing this tribute already, which is just fabulous to see.
Yes.
Well, the story that caught
what do you got, Jared?
mine this week goes back to the Oscars, and it's about Ed Begley Jr. and how he got to the Oscars, which is, of course, we've seen these big swooping shots of the theater and the red carpet and all the limos pulling up one by one with the actors getting out of their cars in their beautiful gowns and their beautiful clothes. Not Ed Begley Jr., well-known environmentalist, took the subway. First he took the 240 bus, and then he took the Beeline subway down to the theater, and his daughter, who works for the transit authority out in Los Angeles, filmed this all on TikTok, actually. I realized the irony that it's probably the longest TikTok video I've ever seen, watching this encapsulation of his journey, but he did it obviously because he's a man who truly believes in what he talks about and didn't need to be part of the entire hoopla, so he put on a suit that's about 30 years old that he bought off one of the movies that he was in. He put on his new running shoes and he just walked all the way. I guess at one point he had a half-mile walk because so much had been closed, so he had to walk the last bit. He took pictures with people, and so this is beautiful. And I will say, I took the subway to come here to the Culture Show today, so it's very inspiring. And it's a good way to get here.
Well, I hope the Beeline in LA is a little bit faster than the Beeline around here.
I know. Maybe I am lucky. I'm like the one person in Boston who loves the subway, but I probably won't after the day that I don't arrive at the show on time, but we'll wait for that to happen and hope for it. Well, that is all for this edition of The Culture Show. You can catch up with all things arts and culture by way of our podcasts, which you can find on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Callie, before we go, what's coming up on Under the Radar this week?
2 parts, Latinx Roundtable to begin with. We're talking about President Biden's use of the word illegal, what that means, and then a joyous look at the Red Sox exhibition game that was led by Big Papi and Pedro Martinez, and people were so excited to see them on the ground. Perhaps people don't know that 10% of baseball players are Dominican, so this was a real home game for a lot of these guys, and so I'm just excited to talk about that. In addition to that, second half of the show, Judith Tick, retired Northeastern professor, has written a fabulous new book about Ella Fitzgerald. So our piece is full of music about Ella and talking about some new information that she's uncovered about her artistic journey. It's really wonderful.
I've been reading a lot about that book. I can't wait to read the book rather than just read about it and listen to your interview. What's coming up on the Curiosity Desk?
Well, we have a new video on our YouTube series all about the word Celtic, or is it Celtic? We say Boston Celtics, we say Celtic. Why do we say it 2 different ways? We dig into that. And then next week we'll be on Morning Edition and also Greater Boston. Next Wednesday is the spring equinox, so we're going to have a little fun with the equinox and the start of spring. So
Tune in. And then tune into the Culture Show on Monday for actor Naheem Garcia. He's playing the titular role in August Wilson's play King Hedley II. It's on stage now, presented by Actors Shakespeare Project. Very excited to have that conversation. And for people who want to hear the conversation and participate a little bit, you can see the show this weekend, as I will be. Well, thank you for everyone coming here to our first live studio audience. We so appreciate you all. We see many familiar faces here.
You look beautiful.
Many people who've been on the Culture Show already. We thank you so much for being here. Thanks to our BPL technical and logistics crew, Glenn Heath, Sai Patel, Josh Polanski, Maddie Geyer, Matthew Glover, Eddie Hickey, Sandra Lopez-Burke, Isabella Karen, Carly Kokorin, and thanks to the Lennox Hotel, the Newsfeed Cafe, and to Flower Bakery for the delicious cake that is going to be here for our entire live studio audience. They've already started serving it. Again, it comes from Flower and our friend Joanne Chang, who's also already been on the Culture Show. I am Jared Bowen. Have an arts and culture-filled weekend.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
GBH's All Things Considered is coming up this afternoon at 4, with Marketplace at 6. But first, get a global view of the news with The World. Up next on GBH News 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you. And We Clean Heat Pumps, serving the region with cleaning and maintenance of ductless mini-split heat pumps to help purify air and capture mold, dust, and debris as AC season is here. More at WeCleanHeatPumps.com. High School Quiz Show is celebrating 15 years of sharp minds, devoted fans, and big wins. Join new host Joe Hansen for another exciting year as the new season of High School Quiz Show continues tomorrow at 6 on GBH2.
Do your part to support the reporting you depend on by becoming a GBH sustainer. Sustainers make easy monthly contributions that keep quality journalism and fact-based news on the air. You choose a monthly amount to give and it's automatically deducted from your bank account or credit card. It takes just a few minutes to set up, and it's easy on your wallet, too. Learn more and enroll as a sustainer today at gbh.org/sustainer.
I'm Stephanie Leiden, Director of Special Projects at GBH News, and this is 89.7 WGBH, HD1 Boston, online at gbhnews.org. GBH News with NPR.